Tonight, the Cincinnati Reds come to Minute Maid Park to start a 3-game set. The Reds have won 11 of 13 games and hold a slim lead for the division title. Wandy Rodriguez gets the nod for the Astros. He tries to get back on track. The Astros take on the Reds next on Fox Sports Houston. Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, the Astros are back home after a 10-game road trip. It's the first of 7 here at Minute Maid Park against the first-place Cincinnati Reds. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. The Astros, a totally different team at home with a winning record, JD.
Yeah, with John Denver. Hey, it's good to be back home again, but they're up against a hot Reds club, a first-place Cincinnati Reds club, and we have a good pitching matchup for you tonight. Matt Latos, the big acquisition for the Reds in the offseason, been up and down through 19 starts. He's 7-3 with a 4.33 ERA. Wandy has won just once in his last 6 starts, trying to even his record. He's 7-8, ERA hovering at 3.75.
Coming up from Minute Maid as the first-place Reds invade, the Astros try to get the offense cranked up, give Wandy early run support, and ride it to a win. We'll see how this one goes from Minute Maid in just a moment.
Progressive Insurance Group. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Scene outside Minute Maid Park as we get set for baseball on the indoors with the roof closed to combat the weather. The Astros take on the Cincinnati Reds in the first game of a set here at the ballpark. The Reds come in a half game to the good side in first place in the National League Central. The Astros come into this game 3 games in the good in the win-loss record at home, 24-21, trying to put the road woes behind them. Certainly something Brad Mills is hoping starts in the game tonight. Wandy Rodriguez will be on the mound, facing a very tough Cincinnati club that has had the Astros number 4 out of 6 games so far this year. As the Astros prepare to take to the field in the first game of this 7-game homestand, they're dressed in their home whites. A couple of changes on the roster. Gonzalez is the shortstop now, and there they go, out of the tunnel, out of the dugout, and let's go to the booth. Bill Brown and Jim Deshaies.
Thank you, Greg. They come out in the home whites, and the left fielder tonight is Ben Francisco, playing for J.D. Martinez, who should be back in the lineup probably tomorrow night. He gets his first home assignment as an Astro. It'll be interesting to see how he operates. He can turn around an inside fastball, we were told by the legendary Charlie Kerfeld before this game. So we'll see if Ben gets one from Matt Latos. And we'll check the starting lineup for Dusty Baker, brought to you by Hyundai. Zach Cozart, shortstop. Drew Stubbs, center field. Brandon Phillips, second base. Ryan Ludwig, left field. Todd Frazier, first base. Scott Rowland, third. Chris Heisey in right field. Ryan Hannigan, the catcher for Matt Latos.
Well, against Cincinnati, Wandy has made almost a season's worth of starts. 25 times he started against Cincinnati. He's 8-9 with a 4.42 ERA. 2 of those starts have come this year. He won one and he lost one. The last time out, he got knocked around, as I mentioned earlier. 9 runs allowed in 5 innings in that start, and that was here back on June 2nd. And defensively, you saw Francisco trot out there. He gets a start in left field. Schaefer's in center. Maxwell is in right. Third to first we go Johnson, Gonzalez, Altuve, Moore. For Snyder is the backstop tonight. As Wandy finishes his warm-ups and looking to reverse the trend here. He hasn't won much in recent starts. Beat Milwaukee back on July 7th. And that's his only win in his last 6.
Now his ERA for his last 10 starts is worlds higher than it was the previous 10. So there's the last 3 for Wandy. Trying to hit the win column for the 8th time this year. His name has been circulated in trade rumors. We're not sure how valid that is at this point, with the deadline only about 8 days away. Now it's Cozart leading it off, having a fine rookie season. He leads all National League rookies in hits with 88. He's hitting .246 with 10 homers. He's driven in 20. He has scored 50 runs. And he's leading in other categories too offensively among National League rookies. There's strike one to Cozart, 26 years old, from Memphis, Tennessee, and the University of Mississippi. Wandy's curveball is top foul. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Very strange last start for Wandy against San Diego on Wednesday, an 8-4 loss, but he was sailing along through the first 3, and then he hit a wall in the 4th inning. There's a chopper to shortstop, fielded by Marwin Gonzalez, and it's out number 1.
I think he hit a wall, a lot of which was bad luck. I mean, there was a couple of scratch singles in that inning. He did walk a couple of guys, but Carlos Quentin was one of them, and it was a walk that I thought was justified at the time, pitching very carefully with a couple of guys on base. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I thought he threw the ball a lot better than most people feel like he did in that game. He went 9 up, 9 down before running into that trouble, and like I said, a little scratch single through the left side, and there was another soft hit in that inning.
So he trailed 5-0, and then he left for a pinch hitter. Drew Stubbs, who's led off quite a bit for Cincinnati this season, looks at ball 1. .217, 9 homers, 24 runs batted in, .288 on base average, indicating why he's not leading off now.
Yeah, Cozart not much better, if any, in terms of on base percentage. That's the big problem for Cincinnati offensively.
Yeah, that leadoff spot has produced an extremely low OBA.
Cozart's on base percentage just .294.
That's why the rumors are buzzing about the Reds maybe trying to trade for a leadoff man, somebody like a Juan Pierre with the Phillies or a Shane Victorino with Philadelphia. It's a 3-ball, 1-strike count.
They can't get Ichiro because the Yankees got him.
Yeah.
I had no idea Seattle would be interested in moving Ichiro.
That's a good point. He has been such a legendary player for the Mariners. There's a liner into right field. Stubbs punched that one the other way, and he's on with a 1-out single.
I don't know the particulars of Ichiro's contract, but I'm guessing he had to sign off on that deal.
Probably so.
Probably thought, well, Chance to go play under the bright lights of New York. Get into the postseason.
Well, JD, here's guessing Dusty Baker would like to see a lot more of that type hitting from Drew Stubbs, taking one the other way. Get that batting average up there. He's aboard for Brandon Phillips. Phillips strong at 292 with 12 homers, 58 runs batted in. And Reds fans were upset that he was not a part of that all-star team this year. He was one of the snubs. 12 homers, he's driven in 58 and a 783 OPS for Phillips. He was an all-star last year.
Just being a snub is good. I always wanted to be a snub. I would have settled for a snub.
14 double play balls and 70 opportunities. And that's a high number.
It's 12 out of 50 against Wandy in his career, a 240 batting average with one long ball.
Wandy with 8 wins in 17 career decisions against Cincinnati. That ties his victory high against any club in the National League. Stubbs runs well. He's 18 for 22 in steals. That's hit off the end of the bat. And a long run for Jordan Schaefer into right center. And Altuve's out sliding. Here's the play at second. And it's a dunking hit. Little pop fly single for Phillips right in between Altuve and Schaefer.
Yeah, nice effort here by Jose, but he had a long way to go. Schaefer's first step was back, and you see the big swing from Phillips. You see this a lot from a center fielder where he'll freeze, maybe even go back a couple of steps before realizing, nope, I got to come in. And you see Jordan coming into this picture late there. Tough read for an outfielder, tough break for a pitcher. And the Reds set up shop first and second with one out.
Quick recovery there by Altuve. So that's a break that Wandy did not find going his way. Now it's Ryan Ludwig with 15 homers, 41 runs batted in, a 237 average for Ludwig. That's ball one to him. Ludwig, a veteran performer who can provide some power. He has 30 extra base hits. He's hit 293 in his last 27 games. His batting average was 201. He's brought it up 36 points. Ludwig takes it for ball two, and Frazier's on deck. The Reds are 9th in the National League in runs scored with 396. Very much a mediocre season for them, and Joey Votto is on top or near the top in many offensive departments. That's hit to right field, backing up Maxwell. Runner at second. Stubbs is tagging as the catch is made, and the throw goes into second base on out number 2. Stubbs moving over.
Well, it didn't look like Ludwig hit that all that well, but it carried all the way to the track. Ichiro is a Yankee. He's a 10-time All-Star. A couple of minor league pitchers go the other way. So these teams the last couple of years pulled off pretty significant deals. Michael Pineda traded to the Yankees in the offseason for the catcher there.
Yeah, Jesus Montero.
Montero, yeah, and Pineda been out all year. Anibal Sanchez and Omar Infante are now Detroit Tigers.
Todd Frazier looks at ball one, so the Marlins are in a different gear now. Trading those two players for a hard-throwing pitcher. Jacob Turner, is that his name?
Yeah, he has been the top pitching prospect for the Tigers for a couple of years now. That's one you'll have to wait a couple of years to see how that pans out. It seems like they gave up a big price, to acquire. Sanchez is good, Infante is good. Tigers obviously in go for it mode, but Turner's a guy who's created a lot of buzz in the last couple of years.
Frazier's moved over to first base with the absence of Votto affecting this Reds lineup, giving them this right-handed batter instead of the lefty power hitter in Votto. But Frazier's done well as Scott Rowland has come back from an injury to reclaim playing time at third where Frazier was playing. Todd, another rookie, 26 years old. He's posted some nice numbers for Dusty Baker. That's a strike to make it 3-1 to him.
The Reds certainly, their pitching has been very good this year. They have to feel, Dusty Baker has to feel like his situation is a little tenuous still. With Votto being hurt and Rowland with his injury history, you just don't know how many days you're going to be able to play him. So they're a little vulnerable offensively right now.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The runner at first, Phillips, will be on his way. Chris Snyder reminding everybody of that. Reds are 4-2 against the Astros. They are 2-1 here at Minute Maid this season. Fouled away. And the Reds have won 16 of their last 25 games in this ballpark. Quite a race with the Reds a half game in front of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are playing the Chicago Cubs in Pittsburgh tonight. In the middle of the 4th inning, it's 1-0 Chicago.
This guy Frazier, he's the one that saved somebody's life earlier this year, didn't he?
Sure did.
Heimlich somebody?
Yes, he did.
It's a pretty good year.
It was in Pittsburgh. And a couple of other diners attempted the Heimlich, but didn't get it done. So Todd Frazier stepped up and may have saved someone's life.
Yeah. What kind of year, Jab? Well, I hit 280, drove in 70 runs, and saved 1 life. That's a solid year. If you can take that to arbitration.
There's a liner over shortstop, out into left field, and a hit in front of Francisco, and it's 1-0. The Reds lead on a Frazier hit. So a couple of balls have fallen in for Dusty Baker's club here in the 1st inning, and that amounts to a run against Wandy Rodriguez.
Well, a good pitch too, down in the strike zone. Frazier just reaches out, flips it into left on a line. Wandy's strikeout rate is down this year, and when that happens, more balls are put in play. You become more susceptible to bad fortune. His walk numbers are down too. You can see the frustration on his face right now, and you have to be able to put recent history behind you. Just turn your page on the last start, and the fact that you haven't won much lately. Just again, it's easy to say from up here, much tougher to do down there.
Roland looks at ball 1. Scott, a 209 hitter with 4 homers, has 20 runs batted in. Since the All-Star break, he's picked up the pace, going 9 for 24 for a 375 average.
Yeah, has not done much against Wandy in his career.
Shoots that line drive to Marwin Gonzalez for out number 3. It's 1 run, 3 hits, 2 men left for the Reds in the top of the 1st. They draw first blood. Up for Brad Mills. It's Jose Altuve at second base. Marwin Gonzalez at shortstop. Scott Moore bats third, playing first base. The cleanup man is third sacker Chris Johnson. Justin Maxwell plays right with Ben Francisco in left. Jordan Schaefer in center. Chris Snyder the catcher for Wandy Rodriguez.
It's Big Matt with 1T Latos on the mound for the Reds tonight. You see the breakdown for him. Home and road, 5-2 at home with a 3.89 ERA. Away from Cincinnati, 2-1 with an ERA right at 5. His last start he got beat by the D-backs. And it's been a long time since he lost prior to that. Defensively, the Reds are a good club. Ludwig, Stubbs, Heisey cover the outfield. Roland, he can really pick it down there at third. Cozart and Phillips, solid in the middle. Phillips, spectacular. Todd Frazier filling in for Votto at first, and Ryan Hannigan, a good backstop as well. Latos got a good arm. Got swing and miss stuff. Fastball that he throws 94 miles an hour. He'll throw a two-seamer, a cutter, four-seamer, slider, curve, change.
Knuckleball?
No knuckleball. Not that I'm aware of. You never know.
Got about everything else. 293 for Altuve. Jose looks at strike one. He has 5 homers, 27 runs batted in. And Matt Latos is 3-1 lifetime against Houston with a 3.89 ERA. Only 24 years old, from Alexandria, Virginia.
He looks like Joe McGrain, only he's right-handed and throws hard. And Joe wasn't tatted up like that. Joe was
No.
Joe had that sinker. He was a ground ball machine.
And he appeared on the cover of GQ. Popped up to right field. Heisey's coming in. Well, at least so his teammates told him when he showed up for a photo shoot wearing a suit in St. Louis in July. They subjected him to about an hour photo shoot outside and told him it was the cover of GQ. Never happened.
He got punked. It's a good one, though.
That was a good one. That would never happen to Matt Latos, though. Marwin Gonzalez at 286 has a homer and 4 runs batted in. Marwin injured his heel a few days ago, but he said it's no big deal. 320 on base average. The way he's swinging the bat, who would want to sit out? He's had some very good swings lately since returning to the lineup, and went 3 for 9 in Arizona, 10 for 28 for a 357 road trip. And just in time, too, with Jed Lowry being out for a few weeks with the leg injury himself. 345 on the road trip in 8 games for Marwin, and just some nice swings from this side, especially. Nice level swing as a left-handed batter. He pulled some balls inside the right field line. Latos gets a strike call there.
Latos really uses his height. He gets on top and drives that ball down into the strike zone. Watch how he gets way on top and then runs that two-seamer. That's a tough pitch. Good movement. Well placed.
That's a bouncer to first. Frazier has it. And it's out number 2 for Latos. Latos 2-1 on the road with an ERA of 5 this season. He's had some nice run support along the way.
I think these left-handed hitters would have to get something done here tonight. Righty's hitting just 186 off of Latos this year. Significant difference between right and left. Lefty's hitting 286. He's playing much more power as well than the right-handed hitters off this tough righty. Works from the extreme first base side of the rubber.
There's the power production of Scott Moore with 4 homers. He looks at ball one with that 246 average. He has a 508 slugging percentage. Scott had some good swings recently, but 3 hits and 23 at bats on the road trip, amounting to a 130 average. The Astros as a team hit only 202 on the trip.
What
Tentative
trip?
swing there.
I don't remember any trip.
Didn't happen.
Was there on a trip, was there?
No, there wasn't a trip.
No.
We were in a fog for the last 10 days.
Yeah, that didn't even happen.
We were in a dust storm.
We were in a haboob.
Yes, we were. That is the technical name for what we were in. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It fits in many ways.
It really does, yeah. Moore fouls it back. It's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Well, there was an unbeaten streak for Matt Latos of 15 starts until he lost that last one at home to Arizona, giving up 5 earned runs in 4 2/3 innings. He lost that one 7-1. But he had back-to-back complete games at the end of May end of June rather, a 4-hitter and a 2-hitter. That's in the air over third base, and coming over near the left field line, Ludwig. It's a 1-2-3 first for Latos and a 1-0 Reds lead. Homestand. Astros general manager Jeff Luhnow will be joining us in the 4th inning. Talk about the recent trades and what may lie ahead for this organization. Chris Heisey leads it off, 272, 3 homers, 19 driven in. And Wandy Rodriguez shoots one there near the knees for strike one call on Heisey. Heisey fouls that one back. It snowballs 2 strikes. The Reds are coming off an 8-2 homestand themselves. They swept the Cardinals in a 3-game series right after the All-Star break, and they just swept Milwaukee. They're on a 4-game winning streak, and they have captured 11 of their last 13. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Saw Heisey foul that previous fastball off the other way, a little bit behind it, and you see that a lot when Wandy's on his game because of the curveball. The right-handed hitters, you don't want to get fooled, be out in front of that curveball. They wait a little bit longer and they're late on the heater.
A curve tap, backhand play by Chris Johnson. 1 out. Patty?
Well, be sure to join us for our next Flashback Friday presented by the Methodist Hospital System. July 27th against the Pirates. The Astros will wear the 1980s shoulder rainbow jerseys on the field, and Mike Scott will toss out the ceremonial first pitch. After the game, fans can enjoy Friday night fireworks presented by Marathon Oil Corporation. Root now and buy tickets at Astros.com. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. Ryan Hannigan's the batter. He looks at ball 1. Hannigan checks in at 268 with 2 homers. He's driven in 11. Good defensive player. Sharing time with Devin Mesoraco behind the plate. That's a strike, and that makes it 1-1.
Reds gave up a good young catcher in the deal to acquire Matt Latos. We just saw him, Grandel over there. Grandel, I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce it. Yasmani, good looking player.
Yeah, he is. 1-2. Hannigan has been known as more of a defensive type player. Last year he hit 267, drove in 31 runs and 266 at bats. Latos is on deck. That's high for ball 2. Wandy Rodriguez 4-4 here in his home ballpark with a 3.33 ERA. One of 6 major league pitchers with 100 quality starts since the beginning of the 07 season. On the left-handed side anyway. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Reds are 15 above 500 at 55 and 40. And the last time there were 15 over 500 this early in the season was the 95 year. A very good year for the Reds. That's ball 3, and it's 3-2. They've been a good road club. They're 2 games over 500 away from Great American Ballpark. 24-22.
Oh my.
Lance Barksdale calls it ball 4 to Hannigan.
Wow.
Looks like a pitcher's pitch.
Yeah, look at it, number 7. Well, if that's not a strike, I'm retiring.
It's right in the middle, JD.
Yeah. Right there. Bam.
Don't retire.
Hannigan, a catcher, he should be arguing for that one himself. He said, "You got to be kidding me, Lance. We got to have that pitch."
He'll take it for now. Latos has 6 sacrifice bunts. Chris Johnson moving in tight. He pulls the bat back and looks at strike 1. Latos is hitting 121. 4 for 33 this year, but the 6 sacrifice bunts, the operative number. He looks down at Mark Berry to see what he's doing here. Reds have played 33 one-run games. They're 17-16. He's swinging. It's 0-2.
Yeah, if there's a pitcher in the box who can handle the bat at all, I like swinging in this situation. When there's already 1 out in the inning, got the leadoff man up next, not a real proven run producer. I guess a lot of it will depend on who your leadoff man is and how well he's been swinging the bat, whether you like the matchup of him versus the guy on the hill.
Swinging again and striking out. Strikeout number 1 for Wandy. But yeah, it's worth a gamble.
Well, there's already 1 out in the inning, so you get a sack down. You've got 1 chance to drive that run in. And again, if you got a pitcher up there who hits like me, for example, then you leave the bunt on throughout the at bat. But if you got a guy who can hit a little bit, I say turn him loose.
Richard Hidalgo wants to be turned loose. Well, he had a big home run year here, the first year of this stadium. Now the leadoff man Cozart puts it in the air to left center field. Schaefer over to make the catch. No runs, no hits, and a man stranded. 1-0 Reds. Reds won, the Astros nothing. Bottom of the 2nd inning. Matt Latos had a 1-2-3 first. He'll be facing Johnson, Maxwell, and Francisco in the bottom half of the 2nd.
Stylish cap.
Yes. Latos shooting for win number 8 of the season, involved in that big deal JD talked about over the winter. Pretty fascinating trade that brought him to a Reds uniform as he was dealt for a package of Grandal. JD was talking about him, the young catcher, Yonder Alonso, the first baseman, Edinson Volquez, and Rod Boxberger. That's a huge package, but In return, the Reds got a 24-year-old right-hander. Last year, Latos 9-14, but he had a good ERA, 3.14. He worked 194 innings. Chris Johnson is the first man up against him here in the home second inning.
And I guess that was the big question. How would the success he had at Petco Park in San Diego translate to Great American Ballpark, which is a launching pad? Just fine at home.
Breaking pitch takes the count to 1 ball 1 strike on CJ. CJ 4 for 11 with a homer off Latos in his career. Chris hit 182 on the road trip. Swings at that one, and it's 1-2. But in Arizona, he had better swings, and he came up with 4 hits and 11 at bats there. Boy, that was a series in which the Astros absolutely got drubbed.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks scored 33 runs in those 3 ball games. Just too short of their record for a 3-game series. But that didn't happen. It's amazing.
No, it didn't happen.
That works.
It's gone. 2 balls 2 strikes.
Talked about the variety of pitches that Latos features. Here's an over-the-top curveball, just teasing that outside corner. CJ able to disregard it, which he goes after quite a bit.
That's out into center field for a leadoff single for Chris Johnson.
Lay off that one off the edge. You force the pitcher over the plate a little bit, and you take advantage. And again, a curveball. This one up a little bit more. Nice job.
Good start for the Astros, and now it's Justin Maxwell following. J-Max, the leading home run hitter in the lineup today with 9. He has 27 runs batted in and a .230 batting average. He went 3 for 7 with a long ball in the Arizona series. Hit the home run off Josh Colmenter yesterday, his first time up. He takes ball 1. The Astros trying to snap a 6-game losing streak. They've dropped 19 of their last 21. During the last 6, they've been outscored 50-19. They've just been blown out of games to the tune of 12-3 Saturday and 8-2 yesterday. There's a fly ball to right. Heisey waiting for out number 1. So it would really be a confidence builder if they could put a crooked number up off Latos early in this game. Ben Francisco will bat next. Francisco coming in the trade with Toronto, where he had only 50 at bats, and he said he missed about a month with a hamstring injury. That's why he didn't play that much. He's a .259 career hitter, 45 homers, 176 runs batted in from Southern California and UCLA. And he was the center fielder at UCLA, playing left field tonight. He looks at ball 1. Interesting to see how the trade goes from both aspects, but from the Astros aspect, it's going to take a few years to analyze the deal with the Blue Jays, because they got young players in return, as well as Ben Francisco and Francisco Cordero. They got 4 minor league players.
And one to be named later.
Yeah. 1 ball 1 strike. And quite often that's somebody who may have been drafted a year ago and didn't sign until just slightly less than a year ago. That Florida Marlins trade you talked about involved a Miami Marlins, rather, a team that's 11.5 games back in the NL East, the Marlins. Francisco looks at it. It's ball 2. Francisco, a veteran who's played in more than 450 career major league games. Just stopping the swing there. Schaefer's on deck. That's top foul past Dave Clark at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, Latos really leaning heavily on his breaking stuff. He's got a good fastball, but he's throwing a lot of sliders and curveballs. And given the scouting report we got on Francisco, you can understand why. Wants to be judicious with the heater against Ben.
Not Benjamin, but Ben. Yesterday we did a lengthy study on Major League players named Benjamin. What do we find? 2 of them?
Yeah, more breaking balls than heaters so far. Well, we didn't work real hard at it. Gurgila was down there grinding away.
We don't work real hard at anything, let's face it. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now does the runner go, trailing 1-0 in the bottom of the second inning.
Well, I would probably be a little more fearful of the strikeout double play than the ground ball double play, but he is going.
He's going, and there's a line drive hit to center field, but CJ can't get to third. The ball hit right in front of Drew Stubbs. So it's first and second, 1 out as Francisco delivers his second hit as an Astro.
He worked his way into a count where Latos finally challenged him with a fastball, and he good swing of the bat there, delivering a line drive single.
Now 2 men aboard and 1 out for Jordan Schaefer, who's driven in 20 this year with 3 homers and a .230 batting average for Jordan. Chris Snyder's on deck. Schaefer went 2 for 6 in the desert and was 4 for 23 on the road trip. Scott Rowland's in tight at third base. Latos falling behind, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, this Reds rotation has used only 5 different starting pitchers all year long. JD, that's pretty amazing.
Contrast that with the Padres, who we just saw on the road trip. They had used 13 starting pitchers. This group has been pretty solid. More importantly, healthy.
Young, too. Schaefer fouls it back.
Well, the lead dog is Johnny Cueto. He's 12-5. Pitched to Dandy yesterday. Has a .223 ERA. He's been one of the best pitchers in the National League over the last couple of seasons.
Cueto's 26. Bronson Arroyo's the old man at 35. Homer Bailey's 26. Latos and Mike Leake are 24. Average age 27.3 for this 5-man rotation. This is as many games as the Reds' 5-man rotation has gone into a season without needing another starter since 1898.
Oh, that club, man, they were good.
Well,
who was on that club, Browning?
You remember the names on that club, and there were really legendary names. Still Bill Hill.
Still Bill Hill?
Yeah. Pink Hawley. Frank Dwyer.
Frank Dwyer. He went on to be a very good manager.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Bill Damon and Ted Breitenstein.
Ted Bring It Breitenstein. I remember him. I had his baseball card.
1898. Red staff, JD.
What was that, American Association?
I'm not sure.
Was it even in the National League then?
No, the National League had not started.
Right?
So that could have been the American Association. But those 5 pitchers went 147 games without needing anybody else in the rotation. But the streak was snapped in game 148 when Percy Coleman made his only start of the 1898 season.
Wow. What about Jot Gore?
Don't know about Jot Gore.
He must have been a reliever.
Hey, Ted Breitenstein threw a no-hitter in his first major league start. I'm sure you both knew that.
Was that in 1898?
That was he pitched from 1891 to 1901, so it had to be in 1891.
We didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was with the Reds then. I think he was with somebody else.
Thanks for that piece of information.
We made it to the second inning, fellas.
We are trying. That was with the St. Louis Browns, by the way, and we just try to inform people. You learn something new every night.
Schaefer hits a fly ball behind third. Rowland turning and in foul territory, making the catch. 2 outs. Our first pearl of wisdom of the evening coming from Greg Lucas.
And a little pop up. Twisting down the third base line, and Rowland able to put it away in foul territory. You know who else was on that team?
No.
The great Bid McPhee.
Was he
from
really?
my hometown, the last major leaguer not to wear a glove in the field.
He was the last one?
Yep. Biddy McPhee.
He managed, right?
I don't know what Bid did. You know, I know the glove thing, the no glove thing.
Okay. He wasn't an auctioneer on the side, was he?
I don't know how he got the name Bid.
Chris Snyder, 175 with 4 homers, has 19 runs batted in. But if he won, he was a winning bid. There's strike one to Snyder. Chris 0 for his last 15. He went 1 for 18 on the road trip. That one hit was a homer. Wandy Rodriguez on deck. We're hearing that the Reds and Pirates only have 6 games remaining with each other. That one hit him to load the bases. Snyder hit by the pitch from Latos, his 3rd hit batsman of the season, and Wandy Rodriguez will come up.
Trying to throw this two-seamer to the inside part of the plate, trying to maybe induce a swing and a pop-up from Snyder, but it runs far off that inside corner. Just takes a heater in the arm. He got a foul tip off the wrist the other day. It really took a toll.
Bases loaded for Wandy, who is hitless this season, 0 for 35.
Well, 1 for 36 sounds really good right now.
Yes, it does. He does have 1 RBI. That's strike one call. The Astros are hitting 151 with the bases loaded.
It seems lately there's been a lot of bases loaded situations like this when the pitcher comes up.
Yeah. DK started 0 for 38 at the plate, 91. Foul back. It's no balls, 2 strikes. This is the second of 3 trips the Reds will make to Houston this season. They'll be back at the end of August and the first 2 days of September. And the Astros have 1 more trip to Cincinnati, September 7th through the 9th. So that gives the Reds 9 more meetings with Houston. That's off the plate, and it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. It's Cleveland 2, Baltimore 1. There in the last of the 7th at Cleveland. Shin-Soo Choo hit his 2nd home run, or 12th home run rather. Wandy makes contact, but the shortstop Cozart is out to end the 2nd inning with no runs, 2 hits, 3 men stranded, 1-0 Reds after a couple.
In the third, and time now to introduce you to my progressive fans, plural, of the game. I've got a beautiful set of twins here, Lorraine and Viola, celebrating their 90th birthday. They are huge Astro fans. Lorraine, I know you've got a big group out here, all the people in the red shirts. Tell us a little bit about your group.
Oh, well, they all supported us, and they put this all on.
And they're mostly your family. You guys, I know, are big Astro fans going all the way back to when?
Oh, I don't know what year it was, but the Colts, I remember them.
And who are some of you were talking a little bit earlier, some of your favorite players? Who's your favorite player, Viola? Jeff Bagwell, I think you told me?
Bagwell and Biggio and
Lance Berkman was the other one you said?
yeah.
They like the Killer Bees, and rightfully so. And you two, still, after all this time, you still dress alike. That's kind of impressive.
No, we don't anymore. But we did for our 90th birthday. We dressed alike.
Well, and these ladies were out on the field. They got to meet some of the players, and Lorraine told me she told the Astros today, let's get a win for their 90th birthday. So thank you so much. You are progressive fans of the game. I've never done this before. Twin progressive bags, one for each of you. Happy birthday, and thank you for being the progressive fans of the game.
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Patty. 1 ball, 1 strike to Drew Stubbs. He singled to right field to start a rally and scored the run in the first inning. Strike to Stubbs, who's from Texarkana, Texas. It's a 1 ball, 2 strike count to Drew.
You know, the oldest living twins are 107 years old.
Wow.
They're living in the Ukraine.
That's a little looper into right field, and Stubbs has 2 hits in that direction.
Something for those ladies to shoot for. Well, another soft hit there. It wasn't a real good pitch. It was a bit of a lazy breaking ball that was up in the zone. Stubbs using that outfield approach again, and it pays off for him.
Where are we? A Bread concert?
Yeah.
All the soft hits we're seeing here. And Phillips is coming up next. He singled to right center in the first inning. That's 4 hits, and 3 of them have been pretty soft. It's 1-0. The Cubs lead at Pittsburgh after 6. Eric Bedard on the short end of that one. He's kind of been the weak link in the Pirate rotation, but pitching well tonight.
Some margin for the Cubs?
Yes. This Ryan Dempster deal hasn't gone down yet, has it?
What's the deal?
He has to approve it, and he's not approving it so far.
Oh.
He may want money. Not
Looking
sure.
for a little sweetener, maybe an extension?
Could be. And there was one story that the Braves might be willing to give him one. They have a good relationship, the front office team, with him from Marlins days. Strike to Phillips. Phillips 1 for 1 in this one, and 240 lifetime against Wandy with a homer.
He's a 10-5 guy, so he has that right to veto the trade.
That's right. And we're not sure which way he's going to go on it, but Frank Wren was in the front office with the Marlins when Dempster was there, and Freddie Gonzalez was with the Marlins. So the Braves feel that they have a relationship that could extend with him beyond this year.
It's interesting that that deal came to light without them having talked to Dempster and gotten his approval or ironed out the details. I guess it's not a big deal if he says no. Ultimately, they have to set their sights on somebody else.
Well, the Braves, their pitching has been stumbling lately, and they're in need of a lift. They did split the 4-game series with Washington, but those folks don't care about that.
Yeah, I saw a story on the baseball channel today that Dempster's first choice was L.A., I think, and second choice was Atlanta. Of the clubs that have expressed interest, I'm wondering if the Rangers might be in that market as well, because Colby Lewis is done for the year. He's going to have elbow surgery.
That's a loss. And then Roy Oswalt is being skipped tonight, although they think that maybe after this one start that he misses, he'll be okay with the back problem. He apparently flew back to Houston for an exam on that back. Runner going, swing and a miss, and Snyder couldn't come up with it, so it's an easy stolen base for Stubbs and a strikeout of Phillips. 1 out. Second strikeout for Wandy.
Stubbs picked a good pitch to go on, a breaking ball down. Swing and a miss by Phillips. Phillips trying to make the argument that he got a piece of that ball, but Barksdale would have none of it.
19 steals now for Stubbs in 23 attempts. That's a very, very enviable percentage. But Billy Hamilton is setting a whole different stolen base pace in the minor leagues for the Reds. He's stolen 112. Ryan Ludwig, the batter.
Yeah, he's the new incarnation of sliding Billy Hamilton. It'll be fun to watch that kid play when he gets to the big leagues.
You bet it is. Ludwig on a 2-0 count hit a fly ball. Now he cranks a line shot into left center field. That'll make it 2-0 Reds. Ludwig heading for second base. RBI double for him. That's his 15th two-base hit and his 42nd run batted in for Ludwig.
Well, if you're looking for a Red who you might be able to identify to inflict some damage on Wandy tonight, Ludwig might have been your guy. He came into this game with very good numbers against Wandy. He does not waste any time at all jumping over that first offering. He came into this game 12 out of 38, a .316 batting average.
Todd Frazier's the batter. He singled in the first run of the game on a 3-2 count. Back in the first inning. Frazier, one of the products of the Reds system. And there's strike one to him. Well, it really helped that he was versatile enough to move across the diamond from third base to first. Todd, a supplemental pick after the first round in the 07 draft. He's from New Jersey and Rutgers University.
It was valuable when Roland was hurt. Got a lot of at bats over there at third base, so he was certainly in the flow of the season when Votto got hurt and just slid across the diamond.
Swing there makes it 1-2. Jeff Samardzija has given up one hit in 6 innings with the 1-0 lead at Pittsburgh for the Cubs, and Eric Bedard also has given up one hit in his 6 innings. He's struck out 10. The only hit for Pittsburgh belongs to guess who? Andrew McCutchen. He's hitting .374.
Last time I looked, he was hitting .500 in July.
Oh boy! Struck him out looking. Frazier, victim number 3 for Wandy. He slowly departs and turns it over to Scott Rowland.
Pounding that inside corner with a good heater.
Rowland is 36. Lined out to shortstop in the first inning with 2 men on. Scott's hit more than 300 major league home runs, driven in more than 1,200 in his career. He looks at ball one. He had left shoulder surgery last August. And he's really been banged up. That left shoulder injury goes back years on him. Had surgery on it twice in the 05 season. That's where his totals began to fall. From those big years he had with the Phillies and Cardinals, he had 4 straight years over 100 runs batted in. He had 6 Gold Gloves in a row and then won a 7th later. And there he is on the all-time doubles list. He just passed, I believe it was Babe Ruth. I have to check on that. Anyway, it's 508.
When he established himself in Philadelphia as the third baseman there, I wonder if they drafted another third baseman for 6 or 7 years. I mean, once you get a young player like that locked in, I was thinking about that earlier today with Jeter in New York. You know, once he established himself in New York, I wonder how many shortstops they drafted over the years.
Very good question. Well, you'd think that they'd keep churning them out because not knowing about the injury status of any player, but wow.
Yeah, you might not make it a priority, though.
You're right. Rowland looks at that one, and it's 3 balls and a strike. Wandy takes a little walk.
Well, he's got a base open. He may want a fresh start with Heisey, so we'll see how he goes after Rowland here. 3-1. Yeah, tried to clip that outside corner, but didn't want to give in. That's not a bad 3-1 pitch.
Second walk. And it's Heisey coming up. Heisey grounded out in the second inning. Really not that close. Strategically placed by Wandy. Heisey's 27. He's from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Went to Messiah College. 17th round draft choice in '06. That's out into right center field. That'll drive in run number 3. Picked up by Maxwell. He fires into second. It's 3-0 Reds on the RBI single by Heisey. 20th run batted in for Chris Heisey.
Key there, obviously, if you're going to pitch around, roll, and not give in on 3-1, you got to make a quality pitch to get the next at bat started. You want to throw a strike, but preferably something down. That one was out over the plate and up. And right now, to me, too, his curveball's been very inconsistent. I think that's a pitch a lot of times when he's feeling good with it. He'll flip that up there to try to get ahead.
Now it's Hannigan batting. He walked on a 3-2 pitch back in the second inning. It's in tight, ball 1. We were talking about that catching surplus the Reds had, and that afforded them the opportunity to trade Yasmani Grandal. But they have 2 good ones left after the deal in Hannigan and Mesoraco, so they were certainly dealing from a position of depth in their organization. It's a 2-ball, no strike count, and with Hannigan sharing the time with Mesoraco, they both develop. Mesoraco's had 131 at bats. Hannigan 190 coming into this game. That's probably the one position, JD, I think Major League people look a little differently at it in terms of development at this level. They're more willing sometimes to take a young catcher and let him spend a fair amount of time on the bench and feel that he can learn in that spot rather than having to play every day to learn.
Yeah, and I think it just depends on the skill set of the individual.
Yeah, not everybody's a Johnny Bench. There's a walk to Hannigan, and now the bases are loaded for Latos. That's 3 walks for Rodriguez.
Yeah, you're talking about the Pirates having only 1 hit. The Cubs only have 2 hits in that ball game. A 1-0 game in the 7th.
That's at Pittsburgh. Latos struck out in the second inning. Big confrontation here for Wandy, trailing already 3-0.
Well, it's the same situation the Astros had in their half of the second. Bases loaded and the pitcher up there.
That's strike 1.
He's made 62 pitches already here tonight.
It's 1-1. Sometimes you get this deep into the season, and a guy like Wandy, who's been making every start, and this is number 21 of the year, might benefit from having been pulled after only 66 pitches last time out. Latos chased it. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes now. Latos has 2 home runs in his career. He's driven in 5 runs. Curveball sharply broke and struck him out. And the Reds come up with 2. They get 3 hits. They leave 3. It's 3-0 Cincinnati.
hit a record 249 home runs.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Jose Lima broke that record. Did Jose give up 5 in an inning?
I don't remember. Three against the Cubs, like in successive batters once.
Well, that's
in the first inning.
For some reason, I want to say I think he gave up 5 in one inning.
5 in 1 inning. Wow, didn't remember that. Some of these folks might, though. As they watch here, the Astros are coming up in the last of the third inning, trailing 3-0. At Philadelphia, it's Milwaukee 6, the Phillies 2. They're in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Carlos Gomez hit his 6th home run off Roy Halladay with a couple of men on. Chase Utley hit number 4. Ryan Howard number 4 off Randy Wolf. As the Phillies got 2 in the first, but Halladay's been touched up for 6 earned runs in 6 innings on 8 hits so far. Milwaukee reeling after being swept by the Reds and dropping way back in the race. Altuve, the batter, he leads it off in the home third. Jose hit a fly ball to right in the first inning. That Milwaukee club, for all intents and purposes, out of it. There's a ground ball to shortstop. Cozart. 1 pitch, 1 out here for Latos. Brewers are now 10.5 back of the Reds.
Don't give up, Brewers. Remember the Cardinals of 2011.
Yeah, weren't they about that far back?
They were that far back going into September.
Marwin Gonzalez grounded out in the first inning.
Of course, the Brewers in a little different situation in that their ace is due to be a free agent at the end of the year, so they have to contemplate what their realistic chances are of reaching the postseason. And if they can't get a deal done with Greinke, they'll move him.
Strike for Latos. Yeah, and it may be the same for the Phillies and Cole Hamels too. Sometimes a player goes this deep into his walk season and decides, well, I might as well take it all the way and become a free agent this fall. No balls, 2 strikes. It's Boston 1, Texas nothing. They're in the bottom of the 3rd in Arlington.
Just don't blow out your elbow between now and the end of the year if that's your approach.
True.
Somebody dangles 5 or 6 years at $120 million. I think you're better off jumping.
Tough to pass on that. Gonzalez fouls it back. Felix Dubront is pitching for Boston tonight with that 1-0 lead in Texas. And Jared Saltalamacchia has backed him with his 19th home run of the year. Ron Washington bringing Scott Feldman out of the bullpen to make that start for Roy Oswalt. Angels looked good last night in beating the Rangers in Anaheim with Mike Trout and company. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Interesting that at one point it was Tim Salmon who was the star of the Angels, and now it's Mike Trout.
They got the whole fish thing going on out there.
They do.
Too bad Kevin Bass didn't play there.
Foul back by Marwin. Still a 1 ball, 2 strike count. And as far as the Red Sox go, well, they're at 500 right now. Yankees looking strong. They have a 6-game lead in their division. Boston is in last place currently, trailing by 9.5. Swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout for Latos, number 1.
Looking up, and then a good breaker down to finish off Marwin. I think Lima gave up 5 in a game, but not in 1 inning.
Okay. Scott Moore hit a fly ball to left in the first. Latos has been touched up for 19 home runs. That's among the top figures in home runs allowed in the National League. There's strike 1. Last year gave up just 16 and 194 innings in spacious Petco Park half the time.
It's mostly about the change in venue.
It's 1-1. That's a big part of consideration for a trade, of course. How will the pitcher do in a different ballpark? And those two are about as different as you could get. Petco Park and Great American Park.
Or if he spent the offseason trying to learn a sinker.
Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea making that transition. Top foul. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But you know, Aaron Harang was a fly ball pitcher, and he had good years in Cincinnati. Arroyo's a fly ball pitcher. He gives up a lot of home runs, but he's been a successful pitcher there.
That's a good point.
Just part and parcel of it. Tommy Browning, when he pitched at Old Riverfront, gave up a ton of home runs, but had a very nice career. Just don't walk people, and you'll be okay.
Scott Moore stays alive with a 1-2 count.
Or walk the right people, I guess, would be probably more appropriate.
True. The Reds were 11 and 11 in April. They really got fired up in May. They went 17 and 11. That's when they moved into first place. Missing inside. Latos goes to 2-2, and they did it with a 3.29 staff ERA in the month of May. Now they're really pitching based so far this year with the 3rd best ERA in the league. Swing at a pitch in the dirt. Hannigan keeps it close and gets the strikeout from 2-3. After 3 innings, the Reds lead the Astros 3-0. Dynamic general manager Jeff Luhnow, who's made 3 big deals here in July. You made a deal with the Red Sox shortly after taking over as the Astros GM. We're going to start calling you Trader Jeff.
Trader Jeff, there you go.
Well, it is that time of year.
Boy, and you're moving swiftly. In fact, some people would say you've made 4 deals because you made one with the Dodgers for Carlos Lee that didn't go through. So obviously you're moving in that direction of getting young talent for the future, Jeff.
Well, we're pretty excited about the players that we've acquired. Anytime you give up a major league player that is valuable to your present team, you better get a lot back, and I think we've been doing that. Certainly we've been doing it in terms of quantity. We've picked up a lot of players, but I can assure you, having scouted a lot of these players myself and read the scouting reports, that we're getting quality, not just quantity. So I'm excited.
Yeah, that's you know, and I think a lot of fans are too, and obviously folks are disappointed the way the team is playing, but you know, it's just the nature of the beast. That's where we are as an organization right now. But I think a lot of fans that are really paying attention are excited about all the young kids you brought into the system, and not just with the trades, but the draft. You know, every publication I pick up, so you just knocked it out of the ballpark with the draft this year.
Well, we've had some guys get off to quick starts, and we expected some of that. I think the draft is one of those opportunities you have to really improve your organization quickly. we took advantage of it, and I think we're seeing it in the impact that they're having at the minor league level right now. And hopefully, the goal is to get them up here as quick as we can and let them have an impact up here.
Cordero becomes a closer here. Francisco's playing tonight in the outfield, but what we don't see on that graphic is the young players, and you really stacked up the young pitching prospects in those deals. There we go.
Yeah, we got 5 minor league prospects from Toronto and 3 from the White Sox, and we're excited about all of them. We really went after arms. As everybody knows, there's a lot that can go wrong with minor league pitchers as they make their way to the major leagues, so we got a lot of them, and we believe that there's a big group of big league pitchers in the group.
Asher Wojciechowski will be at Corpus Christi. Do you know when he's going to make his first start for the Hooks?
I saw him yesterday. I think he threw a side, and I think it should be any day now. He's a big boy, throws strikes, heavy fastball, and good breaking ball. I think he's going to have a lot of success there. Corpus is not an easy place to pitch, but I think he'll do well.
And you scouted him at the Citadel, right?
I did. Beautiful stadium there in Charleston, South Carolina, and I really like those military players because they're so disciplined and so focused, and they have great work ethic. And I drafted one when I was with the Cardinals, and he exceeded expectations, and I believe Asher's going to do the same thing for us.
That's a strikeout for Wandy. That's number 6.
He's getting locked in here all of a sudden. How about the catcher, the Perez kid?
Yeah, we like Perez a lot. This was a fortunate situation that we were dealing with an organization that had 3 future major league catchers in their minor leagues, and they were willing to give one up, and we were really delighted to get Perez. We know he can catch. He's got a good glove, good arm, and what we like about him is the whole package, the fact that he can hit, that he's got plate discipline, he can hit extra base hits, and so we really feel we went ahead and promoted him. So he's going to be at high A for us, and I believe he's probably a guy that we'll invite to big league camp and maybe see him in AA, AAA next year.
So can you give us a sense of the market for the guy on the mound right now? There's been a lot of talk about Wandy moving, and
well,
where are you with that?
Wandy's a great pitcher, and everybody knows that, and he's got 2 years left on his contract, and in this environment where teams are a little less reluctant to give up a lot just for a rental, this is a player that has value. He could be around for a couple of years, but he's got value to us as well. So we're certainly not going to give him away. I have received phone calls. I'm not going to deny it. We've put a fairly high price tag on Wandy, and we'll see if a club decides that they're willing to give us what we're asking for. We'll consider it.
Now, when you have those conversations and a club calls about Wandy, do you say we like this guy, and this guy, or do you say it's going to cost you 2 of your top 4? I mean, do you characterize it specifically with individuals, or just the caliber of prospect you're looking for?
Well, what I see as a top 5 prospect, they may not see as a top 5 prospect. So really, what I like to do is be as specific as possible, as quickly as possible. So if I think a club is truly interested in one of our players, I'll make them a proposal. Here's the guys from your system that we want, and they'll either say yes or no, and we move on. It short circuits the discussion. We don't have to dance around a lot, and we can get right to the bottom line. And that's what we did in the 2 Lee deals, the one that didn't go through and the one that did, and that's what we did with Jay Happ and the Toronto deal, as well as the deal for Myers. 10-player deal. Gosh,
yeah.
that took a lot of phone calls,
a lot of homework.
And in the past, sometimes trades are made, but they can't be nailed down until you, for instance, want to send scouts out to see a player. It sounds as if you've already done that work in advance.
We have, and I got to give a shout out to our scouts, because I have so much information with me that, if somebody calls me, I can give them an answer right away. I don't have to wait for our scouts to go see players. We've got information on every minor leaguer that we'd be interested in, and we look at the numbers, we look at what we need, and we make a decision.
So is this fun time of the year, or a stressful time of the year, or a little of both?
It's a little bit of both. I really do enjoy it. I've been observing it and a part of it, but I've never led it like I'm doing this year. And I think it's exciting. I used to, before I got into baseball, when I was in my other careers, I used to play fantasy baseball, and there's a little bit of that element to it, but you're really talking about real live human beings here, so it's different.
And, of course, still another week or so to go until the deadline, 8 days, actually. And we'll get back to that a little later, as hopefully this is the 3rd out. And it is. We'll be back with Jeff Luhnow in just a moment. GM, joining us up here in the booth. And Jeff, as we talk about this situation here, getting toward the end of July with making deals, this is a deadline. Deadlines drive deals. A lot of people say, well, you're better off waiting until the 11th hour, but maybe not. Maybe you get in ahead of that final wave and make these deals, and they're better deals than you could make a week from now.
Yeah, I mean, our approach all along has been, we're well prepared. So if a team wants to engage us, we're going to have the discussion. There's really no reason to wait to the end to try and squeeze every last penny out of them. We really want to make a fair deal so that next time around they want to deal with us. And that's why we're methodically going through it, and when somebody calls, we engage, and we get to the point where we both feel good about it. We can sleep on it for a night and then pull the trigger the next day, as opposed to feel like there's some 5 p.m. Eastern deadline that's pushing us to make maybe rational, maybe not rational decisions.
Mm-hmm. Everywhere around the baseball world, people try to identify buyers and sellers, and there's so much talk about with the extra wild card, hard to know. I mean, is that pretty much all shaken out now? We're just a few days away from the trade deadline. Is that, is there anybody still on that bubble, not sure which way they're going to go?
I think there are clubs that are still in that bubble area. I think clearly the extra wild card has expanded the number of teams that believe they have an opportunity and do have an opportunity to make the playoffs. But also, as some analysts have noted, your reward for making the playoffs is a one-game playoff first, and then a real playoff. And so teams may not be willing to give up that much.
Chris Johnson to right field. He's done that a few times lately, Jeff.
Chris is swinging the bat. I expect him to have a big month going forward. He's making better at decisions, at swing decisions, and he's making contact and hard contact. And I think it's just a matter of time before we see some balls flying into the stands again.
Maxwell coming up next. And, of course, as a general manager, you are charged with the entire organization. So what we see here on the field every night is just really a small part of it. It's the most important part. But when you have a long-term plan, and this is not a situation in which you say, well, we can make 3 deals and be contenders this year. That's not going to happen. Clearly, that's not the objective.
No, I mean, our objective is to get this organization to the point where we can compete consistently year in and year out. And we're not there right now, and we don't know when we're going to be there, but we're working as hard as we can to make that time as short as possible. And that's why we're being aggressive on the deals. That's why we're being aggressive on the draft, international signings, et cetera. And I will tell you, I went to 4 of our minor league affiliates in the last 2 weeks and spent 2 or 3 days each. And not only did they win all the games when I was out there, but the prospects that we have are getting better and better. And I think our system is going to go from being one of the worst rated to one of the best rated in literally 1 year. And it's a variety of factors coming into play. I mean, look at that. Delino DeShields Jr., 71 stolen bases. That's unbelievable. Singleton, I just saw him over the weekend. This guy's going to be a big leaguer. Aaron West is in Tri-Cities. Enos just came back from Tri-Cities and said this guy's got big leaguer written all over him. And so, these are guys that are going to be pretty exciting.
Maxwell pumps one to right field. Izzy backing on it a few steps. Here's CJ tagging at first, and he'll just draw a throw on out number 1. Now, with the payroll situation having been changed quite a bit with these deals, you do not necessarily have to move Wandy to affect a lower payroll for next year, do you?
That's right. We don't have to move Wandy for payroll reasons, and Wandy clearly has value. So, I think one of the benefits in the deals that we have done is we've freed up some flexibility next year, which will allow us to spend our money where we think it can most impact next year's club. And I think that was one of the goals coming into this trading deadline, and I think we're almost there.
Now Francisco, the batter, he singled first time up.
So, and I know you fielded this question a bunch in recent weeks after the Carlos deal. Everybody thought Brett Wallace would be here the next day. He's not here yet, but you've said he will be here. I saw you had a rough night last night, but he had been swinging it really well. Paredes swinging it well. Can we expect to see those guys in the near future? And are there any other guys that jump out?
Yeah, I think those 2 guys are good ones, and I do think they'll get a chance to be up here at some point. And then Brandon Barnes, who's been playing a terrific center field, both defensively and offensively for Oklahoma City. Those 3 players, Mike Hessman, you look at the numbers he's put up, all 4 of those guys deserve a chance to be here at some point. So really what I've been focused on the trade deadline and focused on getting this roster right. We're going to have some changes, I would say, end of this month, beginning of the next month, and I think that's when our fans should expect to see guys like Brett Wallace up here.
Nice hit to left field by Francisco. He's 2 for 2, making a general manager look pretty darn good
tonight. Deal.
I had a nice chat with him downstairs today. Very nice young man, a little bit quiet, from the Anaheim area, went to UCLA, and this is stop number 4 along the tour, and hopefully he can show us what he's got.
Rally in the making now, and here's Schaefer.
You referenced Barnes. He's kind of a late bloomer, isn't he?
He is. He was in Double-A to start the year, and you know, people have always liked his defense and his character and the way he plays and goes about his business. And really, it's blossomed into something pretty special down there. When I was down in Oklahoma City, I kept watching him and thinking, wow, I think this guy has a chance to play in the big leagues right now.
You know, there's one foul. Mike Barnett was saying that same thing, and he said, 3 years ago he was almost released. He played a lot of football, so now concentrating on baseball has really helped his career.
Yeah, and he has what it takes. And, sometimes the difference between a major leaguer and a minor leaguer is just that opportunity. Someone believes in you and gives you a chance to come up here for a couple of weeks and see how it goes. So hopefully he'll get that opportunity. I think as we start to look at August and September, we want to improve. We want to really challenge our players and put them in a position where we can properly evaluate them to know who's going to realistically be in our mix for next year.
1 ball, 1 strike. A guy like Jimmy Paredes, and we've seen him play the infield spots, but he's such a good athlete, and coming off a big week, PCL Player of the Week, you could plug him in almost anywhere, couldn't you?
Really can, and we've talked about maybe giving him a little time in the outfield. We know he can play third. We know he can play second. I watched him defensively when I was in Oklahoma City. He had no problem with the balls to either side. He can run. He can hit the power.
Frazier takes out number 2 at first, with Johnson taking third and Francisco second. Snyder up next.
When Paredes was up last year, you could see the athleticism. The ball really jumped off his bat. He swung and missed a lot. He went out of his zone a lot. Has he tightened that up a little bit?
He has. It's something that we've been working with him. Leon's been working down in AAA with him on that. And, it's one of the characteristics of an aggressive player. Sometimes that's going to happen, especially a guy that has quick twitch movements and really can generate some power and some speed. They really want to make something happen, so sometimes they have trouble not chasing or making consistent contact. But he's improved quite a bit. It's something that we look at consistently, and hopefully he'll come up here and show us.
Leon Roberts, a hitting coach, and he's been an important part of what's been happening there with another very good minor league club, isn't he?
He really is, and I like that Oklahoma City club. I think they've got a chance to not only win their division, but win the whole PCL. And it reminds me a little of the Memphis club a couple years ago that won the PCL in the Cardinals organization, and it's those are the guys that ended up coming up and helping the Cardinals win the World Series last year.
They speaking of the Cardinals, expect them to make a move? Well, they're kind of a sleeping giant. I mean, they've got that lineup, but they need some pitching help, it seems.
Yeah, although Jaime Garcia's coming back in a few weeks, and really I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but Lance Lynn and Joe Kelly have been very good for them in taking 2 spots in the rotation, and so really there's no pressure for them to make a move at this point.
Now Wanda gets another bases loaded shot here, and he made contact but popped a short in the 2nd inning for that 3rd out. Now
he's going to hit left-handed this time.
Okay.
Now he's getting serious.
Getting serious now.
Just a little something. Just a little punch one into center field.
Yeah, he's had a few punched against him that kind of blooped in there, so that's all he needs is get one of those back.
Well, I thought in his last start, that's what I saw. I mean, there was a lot of Wandy struggling, but I saw a guy who retired 9 in a row and gave up some soft hits, and there was 1 bad walk in that inning, but I thought he was really unlucky.
Yeah, and he had a couple ground balls in both his last couple starts that those ground balls get fielded, and you want a ground ball pitcher, and that's what he's become. But sometimes those ground balls get through the infield, and it can be a little bit frustrating.
There are so many things that go into winning a baseball game, Jeff, as you well know. Making a fielding play. Sometimes an inning becomes unraveled if that isn't done. And it all works hand in hand. The Reds have that going with their pitching and their excellent defensive play. It's what every GM wants, isn't it?
Sure. Pitching and defense for sure. And then the old 3-run homer.
He pops it up again. Scott rolling underneath. And it's no runs, 2 hits, 3 men left. Jeff Luhnow, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Jeff.
Always a pleasure.
Very active month of July. Mazda's What Do You Drive tomorrow. It is game 2 of this 3-game series and 7-game homestand as Lucas Harrell goes to the mound, making his 20th start of the season. 27-year-old rookie makes his 2nd start against the Cincinnati Reds. Went 7 strong last time out against the San Diego Padres. Only problem is Edinson Volquez pitched a 1-hit complete game shutout. Our coverage begins tomorrow night starting at 6:30 right here on Fox Sports Houston. This has been your Mazda Game Break. Brownie, JD, back to you. Speaking of trades, how about Ichiro changing clubhouses in Seattle today? Pretty drastic. He has been an institution around there. And, of course, really caters to their fans, many of whom fly over from Japan to see him pitch in the Pacific Northwest. So that'll be a big change for the Mariners fans. He's not having that good a year. He's hitting, what, about 260, JD?
I don't know.
But still,
his numbers.
Still, you know, put him on that Yankee club, and they're not asking him to do a whole lot. They have a very dynamic lineup. Todd Frazier is 1 for 2, an RBI single. There's strike 1 from Wandy Rodriguez, who trails 3-0. 7 hits for the Reds, 4 for the Astros. No errors in the game. Little broken bat roller. Altuve drops it, though, and that's an error on him. Number 9 of the year, his first in 31 games.
Well, it's a good pitch by Wandy. Induces weak contact off the end of the bat. And just a routine ground ball to Jose. Gets a little jumbled up with his footwork there and ultimately just clanks it. Might have changed up on him a little bit. I think he thought that ball had a little more pace and he got caught in between on that hop.
That's error number 67 for the Astros this season. Scott Rowland lined to third and he walked. Gonzalez and Altuve playing a double play depth here. Altuve dropped a toss from Gonzalez yesterday, and Gonzalez was charged with the error. That was in the big 7-run 6th inning for Arizona. And Altuve said after the game he was trying to catch it barehanded. His bare hand was closer to where that toss was coming from. He was not trying to turn a double play, as some people thought maybe he was. Fly ball to right. Caught by Maxwell, 1 out.
I guarantee you if he caught that ball with his bare hand, he would have tried to turn a double play.
Sure. But the Astros are in that situation. Boy, they've lost 19 of 21. So many times they have a misplay and the other team goes on to a big inning. So that's what they have to fight in a game like this. Chris Heisey with an RBI single in the 3rd is 1 for 2. Strike 1 to Heisey. Cubs 2, Pirates nothing.
Snyder called for that fastball in, and Wandy hit the mitt with a good heater. Last couple innings, his command has been outstanding.
It's a 1-1 count. Wandy's thrown 86 pitches now. 51 have been strikes. Doug Brocail watching the veteran left-hander who has 80 career wins. Working from behind here at 3-0. Altuve, Gonzalez, and Moore due up in the bottom of the 5th. Line drive. Big play, Chris Johnson. Wow.
Brooks Robinson, you say?
Yeah.
CJ's had some problems down there this year, but this is as good a play as you're going to see. This ball is smashed, and he lays out.
Almost turned a cartwheel to get that one. That's out number 2. Spectacular play by CJ. Now Hannigan, who's walked twice. He got up and took a long look at Frazier scurrying back to first base. Decided not to make that throw. That's ball 1 with the pitcher Latos on deck. Jeff Samardzija of the Cubs has pitched 1-hit shutout ball through 8. Cubs batting leading 2-0 at Pittsburgh, top of the 9th inning. Alfonso Soriano has driven in both the runs. It's 1-1. It's going to be somewhat fascinating to see what the Pirates do from this point on. It was about this time last year that they just cratered. And the thought would be that they probably will make a deal just because they haven't been in the playoffs in 20 years. They have a good club. They could use some more offense. Bouncer back to Wandy. And he tosses over to Moore. No runs, no hits. He worked around a leadoff error. Johnson with a sparkling play. 3-0 Cincinnati. Then incoming, AT&T has trivia for you. In 2004, Francisco Cordero was second in the American League with 49 saves. Who was the AL leader? Well,
2004.
In any given year, I'd guess Mariano Rivera, but that may not be correct, JD.
I'm trying to think who was good in 2004 in the American League. Toronto or Boston? Were they good?
Yes. Boston.
Was that Papelbon or was that pre-Papelbon?
Not sure.
Bobby Jenks was a White Sox in 05.
Yes.
Not really strong on my American League closer.
No. All right. We'll get that answer later. Altuve, the batter. He's 0 for 2. Gonzalez and Moore to follow. Bottom of the 5th inning.
It was Izzy Mandelbaum. Had a big year in 04.
That's strike one call. Latos is shooting for win number 8 of the season. Cueto, the staff leader, with 12. He has a 2.23 ERA. Altuve looks at it. It's 1-1. Jose said Big Papi from the Red Sox was one of the players he enjoyed meeting the most at the All-Star game. Line shot into center field. That's 5 hits for the Astros. They've all been singles. Altuve aboard for Gonzalez now.
Oh boy, they're doing a nice job getting leadoff man on. It's the 3rd time in this game they've had leadoff man reach. Singles by CJ in the 2nd and 4th, and now Altuve here in the 5th. So far they haven't been able to get the big knock, and unfortunately for them, they've had the bases loaded twice with Wandy coming up. So maybe now we'll get a little something going at the top of the order, and we'll change that dynamic.
Gonzalez is grounded out and he struck out. Altuve has had back-to-back 2-hit games. Now aboard for the first time tonight. Gets Latos into the stretch. Hannigan's thrown out 34% of the base runners attempting to steal. That's strike one. Soft liner over Roland. That's a hit. That'll go into foul territory. And Altuve will head for third. And Gonzalez for second. Soft hits remains the theme of the night. Double number 7 for Marwin Gonzalez.
Take that. Oh, my. What a thing of beauty that was. Well, Latos looked like he's a little tender or something as he ran to back up home. He's in a little bit of pain. Now the trainer's going to come out and have a visit with him. But this is just a little carved piece. Look at the spin on this thing. Oh, my. Still spinning. Spinning so much you can't pick it up out there.
Yeah, Ludwig finally got it. Altuve reading it, and now we have the injury to Latos. He's flexing his left heel or foot. Yeah, he's limping as pitching coach Brian Price comes out. So second and third, nobody out, but who's going to pitch? That's the real question for Dusty Baker. Latos has done something to his left foot or ankle on that play, and the pitching coach Brian Price is talking with the home plate umpire there.
Maybe he rolled his ankle when he landed, or not sure what's going on. He's going to take some time to try to walk it off.
Paul Lassard, the head trainer of the Reds, and Dusty Baker, who's needed only 5 starting pitchers all season long, looking on as Latos limps around. He's thrown 70 pitches. We'll try to follow him on this replay. Okay.
When he finished the delivery, a little soft out there where he lands, and his foot slid a little bit on him. It looked like he just rolled his ankle. It's that plant foot. You see it kind of kick out a little bit on him and then roll over. Might want to mix in some shorter pants.
That could help. Well, he looked down as he planted his left foot on that delivery. He needs to complete 5 innings to be in line for a win with a 3-0 lead.
Says he's good to go. Obviously, the big concern with the Reds is if he's not landing properly on that front side and he's asking his arm to do more work, you worry about stress on the elbow and shoulder.
Scott Moore will be the batter. He's 0 for 2. All right, the trivia answer.
Oh, yeah.
Leading the AL in saves, an 0-4, Mariano Rivera.
That was a pretty good guess, Brownie.
53.
Good logical thinking there.
That's pretty automatic, isn't it? 53. Cordero with 49 second. Joe Nathan third. Percival with 33. And Keith Folk, well, you headed us toward Boston. He had 32 that year. Now Moore. And the Astros are down by 3. Moore with this golden opportunity to drive in a couple with Chris Johnson on deck. He's 2 for 2. That's in the dirt, ball 1. And of course, Latos now will be watched extra carefully to the left foot injury or ankle injury. Make sure he's not favoring that.
And there is action in the Reds bullpen right now, just in case.
Jose Arredondo is throwing. Well, Latos once again looking down and shaking that left foot. It's 2 balls, no strikes. I don't think they're going to let him pitch much longer in this game, the way he seems to be worried about that. There's pain every time he plants that foot, and he could really favor it and run into some problems in other areas. Of course, they'd love for him to get the win. Moore went for it. 2 balls and a strike. Lance Barksdale with the call.
Reminds me of the game Nolan pitched in the '86 playoffs. With a bad ankle. The game, I think that's the one we lost in 12 innings. He pitched, what, 9 innings of 1-run ball, something like that.
Isn't that amazing? A little roller goes foul. 2-2. Certainly it's the mentality of a Matt Latos or anybody in his position. Let's at least get through this inning here and then deal with it.
Let's make a chance to get a W. Let's face it. We're selfish.
Bet.
Got a chance to get a win. Find a way. Last thing he needs to do, though, is to cover first base on a ground ball to the right side.
Ooh, good point. The Reds are an excellent defensive team. They're leading the league in fielding percentage. Little roller out to shortstop. There's Kozart taking the out at first, and the Astros score with Altuve coming home to make it 3-1. RBI number 10 for Scott Moore, and Gonzalez also advancing on the plate at third base.
Taking advantage of the situation. A little ground ball to short, gets one home. And gets Marwin over there to third base with just one out where he could score on a similar ball.
Very good situational hitting by Moore. He hit the ball up the middle. Advanced both runners. And now Chris Johnson with the infielders moving in. The middle infielders in halfway. CJ is 2 for 2. He singled to center and singled to right. Maxwell's on deck. And there's ball 1 to Chris. Latos leading by 2. Facing Johnson, who drove in 42 last year and 52 the year before. It's 1-1. Texas 4, Boston 1. They've played 4 in Texas. Pirates batting in the bottom of the 9th, trailing the Cubs 2-0. Samardzija is still in, going for the complete game shutout. The White Sox lead Minnesota 7-3. They're in the bottom of the 5th. White Sox back home where Adam Dunn hit his 29th. Paul Konerko number 15. This one gets away a little bit, but not far enough to allow for an advance. Time for a look at our Brown Hand Center. Great hands of the game. Showing you a spectacular play. Line drive, Heisey, and there's the diving stop by Chris Johnson.
CJ already with 2 knocks tonight to go along with that fine play.
Well, that's in the top of the inning. Now let's see here in the bottom half what he does with this 2-1 pitch. He hits it high and deep toward the bullpen in right center field, all the way back off the wall. That'll score run number 2. RBI double, Chris Johnson. 3rd straight hit of the night for CJ. That's his 20th double and RBI number 38.
Cementing his position as player of the game for the Astros. And again, the willingness to shoot the ball the other way, but this time not just pinging it the other way, driving it the other way, almost out of the ballpark. This is what Jeff Luhnow was talking about. The at-bats, the swings, the decisions he's making in the batter's box. Better contact lately. And just missing a home run. Would have been his 7th. Been stuck on 6 for a while now. But nothing wrong with an RBI double.
Now it's a 1-run lead for the Reds with Justin Maxwell batting. Johnson at second, 1 out. He twice has fly to right field. Ben Francisco, who's 2 for 2, is on deck. That's ball 1. Chris Johnson aggressively taking that secondary lead. Milwaukee leads 6-3 in the top of the 8th at Philadelphia. Yankees are at Seattle tonight, so Ichiro just got to walk across the hall. changed clubhouses after the trade. J-Max held back, and it's 2-0. Washington and the Mets are going to the 10th inning in New York, tied 2-2. Bryce Harper hit his 9th for the Nationals. For the Mets, Ike Davis belted number 15, and so did David Wright. That Mets club has really done a quick fade. Two balls, one strike. Latos really broke one off there. Mets have fallen 8.5 games off the lead pace being set by Washington. Atlanta trails by 3.5. Line out into left center field, in for a hit. CJ waited, and he made sure the ball was dropping for a hit. Stubbs gets it back in. It's first and third, one out. Maxwell with a single. Fourth hit of the inning.
Breaking ball from Latos, not very sharp right there. Maxwell put a good swing on it. That situation there with 2 outs, the Astros would have tied the game because CJ would have been moving with the swing. But with 1 out, he has to make sure the ball is down. And a lot of times, and we've talked about this a lot over the years, that's a tougher read for a base runner than it is for just about anybody else in the ballpark. You have a little perspective from back in the seats or up where we are. You can tell it's going to be down on the field. Not as easy.
Yeah, you could see it from that camera angle. Now Price out to chat with Latos after Price put in a call to the bullpen. So can the Reds get him through this 5th inning? Requiring 2 more outs. Francisco will be the batter. He's 2 for 2. Latos is due to lead off the 6th, so even if the Astros tie it and he gets those final outs, they could pinch hit for him leading off. He's allowed 8 hits and 2 runs in 4 1/3. Reds starting rotation put together 10 consecutive quality starts from late June through early July this year. That was their longest since '94. Ball 1 to Francisco. Penn's top RBI figure in a major league season was 54 for Cleveland in '08. He had 447 at bats for the Tribe that year. They drafted him in '02 in the 5th round. Latos gets the corner with that breaking pitch. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Francisco played in the World Series in '09 with Cleveland.
Borderline curveball there. Barksdale gives the call to Latos. Boy, that's huge. Francisco 2-0 would have been sitting dead red. No guarantee he would have gotten one. Boo, boo, out with the bum.
Ever since the left foot or ankle injury, Latos has fallen behind every hitter. Francisco waves at that one. It's 1-2. He was traded in the Cliff Lee deal to the Phillies in July of '09.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's because of the ankle or not. It may have been because of the fact that there's runners on second and third, and he was just a little gun shy. Didn't want to come into the strike zone.
Ichiro has a combined total between Japan and Major League Baseball of 3,811 hits. He will bat 8th for the Yankees.
Gives you an idea of their lineup.
Wow. One-two pitch is fouled. Well, it's quite a time of the year for players and all these trades. Francisco just fouling that one. Packing up at a moment's notice, heading for a brand new city, maybe a different league.
And then, didn't I see Brett Myers' truck in the parking lot here today still?
I'm not sure, but you probably did.
Yeah. It's really an interesting life.
Very much so. Boy.
Any other job, you know, oh yeah, you got a month to get ready to move. And
sure. Runner going. Swing and a miss. Here's the throw from Hannigan. Safe at second. Phillips made a tremendous leaping catch. And he's arguing that call by Mike Machlinski. It's a strikeout for out number 2 and a stolen base for Maxwell, number 2 for him. Quite a play by Phillips.
Phillips claiming that he applied the tag as well as catching this throw.
I'm not sure. But it didn't look like he did.
I think his hand, I think J-Max's hand might have clipped the glove before he even caught the ball.
Oh,
yeah. And Phillips felt that contact. Oh, now he's saying he hit him on the head. Thought he tagged him on the head. I didn't see that.
Okay. Now intentional walk to Schaefer to bring up Snyder with the bases loaded. So once again, the Astros will have this bases loaded opportunity. They've had it twice with Wandy Rodriguez, and Snyder has been the one who's reached to go to first base to create those 2 bases loaded situations. Now he'll get to swing the bat. He was hit by a pitch in the second, then he was walked intentionally in the fourth.
Interesting strategy here for Dusty Baker with a pitcher that's really struggling, if indeed Leto stays in the game, to face a hitter with the bases loaded, as opposed to just allowing him to attack Schaefer and then pitching around him if he were to fall behind. I mean, a lot of different ways you can go about it.
That's true.
But I mean, I know from my perspective as a pitcher, I always hated that intentional. I mean, there were certain guys, yeah, I get it. But the whole feel of the at-bat changes when you're working with the bases loaded and you feel like you have no room for error. If he walks Snyder here or hits him like he did earlier, all of a sudden it's a tie ball game.
Yep.
So you've got to trust your pitcher to make quality pitches in the bases loaded situation to make this move, because I don't think the advantage gained statistically by walking Schaefer and facing Snyder is that significant. Obviously, you got the force everywhere now. Get the left-right thing going on, but a bit of a risky move for the Reds.
Here's ball 1. Well, left-handed hitters are hitting 100 points higher against Latos than right-handed batters. Schaefer was 2 for 10 lifetime against him. But yet, Dusty could have just let him work to Schaefer, and if he walked him, no big deal. But try to get him out. Popped up.
It'll work if somebody catches this.
And Frazier does. So 3 times the Astros have the bases loaded, 2 outs, and they pop up all 3 times. They do score 2 runs on 4 hits. They leave 3, and it's 3-2 Reds.
by Jack in the Box. Get the All-American Jack Combo for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. Buy the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon. And buy the movie Total Recall in theaters August 3rd. Wednesday night will be Email the Booth Day. JD and Brownie will answer some questions. Here's how you do it. Go to foxsportshouston.com. Then inside there, click on the Astros logo. From that point, the box that says Game Connect, and then ask the broadcasters. That's all you got to do. We want some questions for Wednesday. By the way, we have the answer to one question regarding Bid McPhee's name, the great Messina athlete, second only to J.D. He received his nickname while working in a hotel kitchen owned by his uncle. The relatives were constantly asking young John, his real name, to do their bidding. And after a while, instead of John do this, it became Bid or Biddy. There was an article in the Cincinnati Enquirer that Jay Abbott sent us by email. And there you know how Bid got his name.
Thank you, Jay Abbott. Miguel Cairo is a pinch hitter for Matt Latos, hitting 147. There is strike one to the 38-year-old veteran. Cairo from Venezuela with a lengthy major league career. Very good defensive player, but doesn't hit much. Last year he hit 265. He had 8 homers, 33 runs batted in, and 245 at bats. He's been in 5 playoff series during his 16-year career. He's played just about every position. And now he's been playing a little first base when Frazier does not play first with the injury to Joey Votto.
How old did you say he was?
38.
38, okay.
But we were thinking maybe he was older than that. Ground ball to Chris Johnson. He drops it again, and Cairo reaches.
CJ's perfect night just went south on him.
Yeah, 3 for 3, an RBI, a spectacular play. But on this one, it's an error.
Quickly gets in front of it, and if he had recovered after that first bobble, he still would have had time because the ball was so sharply hit, but couldn't get the handle. E5. He's got to pitch around another leadoff error as he did last inning.
And it's Cozart up. He's 0 for 3. In the air, and the right fielder Maxwell is over. We're out number 1. Patty?
Well, hey, Astro fans, Chevy is proud to present a new show called Chevy Hometown Kids. It's not about the score, it's about the experience. So tune in each Saturday at 10 a.m. right here on Fox Sports Houston, or visit hometownkids.tv for more information. Bill?
Thanks, Patty. 1 out now, 1 on for Drew Stubbs. Stubbs has been on twice with singles, and he's scored twice. He's stolen a base. He's 2 for 3. A good night for Drew Stubbs. Well, according to the Chicago Cubs manager Dale Swaim, there is no deal. That's what he has been told between the Cubs and the Braves for Ryan Dempster. There's strike one. And Swaim said that he found out when he came off the field from early batting practice that somebody saw on the website there was a trade for Dempster. So he checked it out on the website and saw it and called his bosses to make sure, and they said no, nothing's happening. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Latos in 5 innings allowed the Astros 8 hits, 2 runs. He walked 2, fanned 3, and both the walks were intentional. He hit a batter. He threw 95 pitches. 58 were strikes. Stubbs goes to a 1-2 count.
Kind of the odds now swing in the Astros' favor here in their home ballpark, only down a run. Reds having to make this early move to the bullpen. Wandy looks like he's settled into a pretty good groove here. May be able to get you through 7.
Two to Stubbs.
Wandy due to lead off the bottom half of the 6th inning. And I think if he gets through this inning cleanly and still looks sharp, they might try to get one more out of him.
Ball keeps the count at 2-2 on pitch number 100 for Wandy.
Yeah, well, pitch count, yeah, that might be an issue. They might shut him down then. Dempster has said that he's willing to be traded. So I think it's just a matter of finding the right fit for him.
Fly ball left field. Francisco backing. And right there in front of that ad on the wall, he hauls it in for out number 2. And he said he's played left field here before, and he agreed it's a little quirky.
He was getting ready to leave his feet and then realized he didn't have to. You see him gathering himself there to make the big jump and ultimately did not have to.
Now 2 outs, and it's Phillips who's 2 for 3. Dusty Baker was very unhappy that Phillips and Johnny Cueto were not all-stars. That's a liner into left. Francisco in for the catch. And it's no runs, no hits. 1 error. Good job by Wandy Rodriguez pitching around that. 3-2 Reds.
The Pirates, July 26th to the 29th, right here at Minute Maid Park. And this Saturday, the 28th, before the 6:05 game, 10,000 fans will receive a Chris Burke Greatest Moments bobblehead courtesy of Dayhill. The bobblehead commemorates Burke's 2005 18th inning walk-off home run that sent the Astros to the NLCS for the 2nd year in a row. Root now and buy tickets at Astros.com. Guys, I know everyone remembers that one. I have to say that is probably my favorite moment in Astros history.
Joey Devine tried to slip that piece of cheese by Berkey.
Joey Devine threw a pitch that was absolutely heavenly for Astros fans. Now we have Jose Arredondo coming out of the bullpen for the bottom of the 6th inning. He's 4-2 with a 2.29 ERA.
Leto's still in position to be the winning pitcher in this game, but this is one when you go to the clubhouse with a 1-run lead after 5, you're not putting this one in the bank.
Brian Bixler is the pinch hitter for Wandy Rodriguez. Taking ball 1 as he leads off the 6th inning. The Astros sent 8 batters to the plate in the 5th inning. And so Wandy leaving after working 6, allowing 7 hits, 3 runs. Walking 3, and he fanned 6.
Yeah, a little wobbly early on, but then settled in and really hit his stride there. And from the 4th inning on, his command was much better.
Through 102 pitches. Bixler's hitting 198 for 86 at bats. Top roller over to Scott Rowland. And that's out number 1. Leto's in line for win number 8 of the year, but the Reds bullpen will have to provide 4 innings of relief if he's to get it. It's been a very good bullpen this year with 19 wins, 14 losses, a 2.49 ERA. And one of the dominant pitchers in the major leagues, Aroldis Chapman, the closer.
He has a 104-mile-an-hour fastball. Arredondo has very good strikeout numbers as well. He doesn't have the overpowering stuff. He's more of a fool you guy. Gets a lot of swings and misses with his split finger pitch.
Strike to Altuve, who singled and scored in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. Arredondo on Saturday against Milwaukee was hit on the right forearm by a comebacker, but he stayed in the game. That's the last time he's pitched. He went 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 hit, no runs. That bounces way out in front of the plate on that split finger pitch. It's 1-1. Arredondo, 28 years old. The Angels signed him first in 2002. Then the Reds picked him up as a free agent prior to last year, and he had a solid season for them last year with 53 appearances. Altuve is hitting .333 against Reds pitching this year. He's 10 for 30. He watches that one go in the dirt, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Arredondo has pitched well all 3 times against Houston this season. Has not given up a run. Altuve got a hit off him in Cincinnati April 29th.
I sense a line drive coming.
Okay. Well, he laid off that pitch and he's got a 3-1 count. So now you're probably sensing it even more.
Yeah.
Jose has 104 hits this season. Among those who are under the age of 23, only 2 major league players have more hits than he does. Ground ball to second.
And on top of it,
Phillips over to first. 2 outs. And now it'll be Gonzalez. Marwin doubled in the 5th inning. A twisting, looping line drive double that landed just over third base and then kicked over into foul territory. That was a big hit in that inning. Then he came around to score run number 2. He's 1 for 3.
It was a flare ball.
Yeah,
that's what that was.
Yeah, it was. That was a crazy hit. But, you know, when guys are hot, they tend to get more of those for some strange reason. Just funny that works. The way that works, because the guy was hitless for his last 3-4 games. He would find that to be very rare. That's ball 1 to Marwin.
I think Ozzie Guillen would take issue with the amount of pine tar he's got on that bat.
He probably would. Ozzie has a lot to take issue with these days, including his own team.
Apparently this show that's on Showtime, the franchise, and they're following the Marlins this year.
Yeah.
I was reading something on that today. They're a lot of the stuff that would be really interesting to see, they're not putting in the show.
They're not?
No, they're backing away from a lot of the trade talks and some of the controversial stuff. This whole Hanley Ramirez hand infection thing.
Who has the final editing approval?
I do not know.
Okay.
I imagine they struck some kind of an agreement with the Marlins that said, yeah, we're going to give you great access, but there are times we're going to be, pull back.
It never would have happened when Chuck Poole was there. 3 balls and a strike. Well, they supposedly had unlimited access, right?
I don't know. That's
according to one story. They said, yeah,
they promoted that fact, but obviously they didn't. Obviously, they may have had access to it, but they couldn't put it on the air.
Right. So there's a 2-out walk to Marwin Gonzalez. According to one story, the cameras were allowed in to what would have been a private conference between the manager and Heath Bell when Ozzie Guillen reassured Heath Bell that he had his back and that he was indeed the closer. Well, after that, he wasn't the closer anymore. But in that particular conversation, he reassured him that he was. And Heath Bell asked him, do you have my back? And Ozzie said, yes, I do.
Do you have my back? Yeah, as long as you're getting people out, I got your back. What is that? Do you have my back?
Yeah. Yeah, pal, we had your back when we gave you $27 million, so go out there and do your job. Scott Moore's 0 for 3. He hit a ground ball to shortstop that gave him an RBI in the 5th inning. Chris Johnson's on deck. 7 hits for the Reds, 8 for the Astros. And that's ball 1. Phillies are batting in the bottom of the 9th, trailing Milwaukee 6-3. K-Rod's in the game. That Philadelphia club, 12 games under 500, 42 and 54. That one's in the dirt. Here goes the runner. Gonzalez, it throws there easily in time. And Hannigan threw a bullet down to second base. From 2-6 for out number 3. It's 3-2 Reds.
Brought to you by the Hyundai Fuel Efficiency Drive Sales Event. By AT&T, rethink possible. And by the new summer barbecue menu at Berber Green. Let's have a barbecue today. While we do it, we'll watch a new pitcher on the mound for the Astros. Here's Bill Brown and Jim Shea.
Hi-ho, Silver.
Yeah.
Who was that guy up there?
Not sure, JD.
Had to be Sam, wasn't it?
I don't know.
It is Sam.
That's Sam?
All right. Wilton Lopez comes in. He's 3-0 with a 2.23 earned run average, working the 7th inning.
Maybe someday they'll make a statue of Wilton Lopez on a horse coming in to save the day.
Well, he's done it many times. In this case, the Astros are trailing, and he's come in to keep it close with Ryan Ludwig leading it off. They haven't had many leads lately. There's strike one. And that has allowed them to go a little bit easier on Wilton Lopez after the elbow sprain that kept him out for about a month. Ludwig drove in a run with a double in the 3rd inning and later scored as the Reds got 2 in that frame. Though it's an entirely new bullpen situation, obviously, for the Astros without Brett Myers, without Brandon Lyon. Marwin Gonzalez takes care of out number 1 for Wilton with Sam LeCure, a right-hander, and lefty Bill Bray warming up.
That's the bread and butter for Wilton Lopez. He gets a lot of ground balls. More than 3 ground ball outs for every fly ball out. He can throw it by you, too.
Todd Frazier's coming up next. Frazier made it 1-0 Reds in the 1st inning with a 2-out single. He's 1 for 3. Wilton is pitching for the 4th time since he returned from the disabled list. So far, he's pitched 4 shutout innings over 3 appearances. Ground ball, and that will be right between 3rd and short. Frazier picked a good spot for his 2nd hit of the night.
It's all right. Keep throwing those ground balls, and things are going to work out just fine for Wilton Lopez. This one, though, up a little bit. He hits it hard.
That's hit number 8. Billy Hatcher, your former teammate, down there at first base, coaching for the Reds. Scott Rowland is 0 for 2 with a walk.
That's one of the best.
He really is.
Solid guy.
Well, you know, he married Karen when Karen was working for the Astros. And I believe the story went that he asked Karen out for a date. Karen said, "I don't date ball players." And he really had to work on that. Runner going. There's a line shot, right field corner. Could get the run home off the bat of Rolen. Frazier around third coming in. Maxwell's throw getting into Moore. And the Reds lead at 4-2 on the RBI double by Rolen.
The Astros bullpen has really had their struggles. Will Lopez, one guy that Brad Mills normally can count on, but the Reds touch him up here, single double to push their lead to 4-2. 509 all time now for Scott Rolen.
Yeah, he just passed Babe Ruth.
Good, solid approach at the plate. Very balanced.
15,538 the attendance tonight. Reds lead it by a couple, and now they have Heisey batting. Heisey drove in run number 3 in the third inning with a single to right center. Hit that scorching line drive caught by CJ. He's 1 for 3 and taking strike 1 there. Now the Reds really don't look all that great offensively on paper as far as where they rank in the National League, but they're certainly winning. That's ripped foul. And it's no balls, 2 strikes. So the thinking is that if they could pick up a speedy leadoff guy, as you see that one hooked, that might rev up their offense a little bit.
Yeah, even probably more than speed, just a high on base presence at the top of the order. Create some traffic for their run producers.
So maybe a Juan Pierre or Shane Victorino, somebody like that. In tight for a ball. That makes it 1-2. Well, a couple of Phillies top scouts are here tonight. Gordon Lakey and Charlie Kerfeld. Broken bat roller goes foul. 1-2. But you know, this time of year the media is just in a frenzy. They're looking around to see which scouts are at each game, and okay, there's something going on here between this club because they have a scout here and that club just because they pair up needs.
And like as Jeff said, it may not be something going on, but in all likelihood there's been conversations.
True.
And so if the Reds have expressed interest in Victorino, say, it makes sense for the Philly scouts to get on the Reds, not just here, but in their minor leagues to check out the prospects.
Foul back out of play. Still 1-2. Washington beat the Mets with 6 in the 10th, 8-2. That drops the Mets 9.5 behind Washington. And the Nationals now 56-39. Tom Gorzolani got that win, beating Tim Burdack. And Bryce Harper hit his 9th. Michael Morse his 6th for the winning Nationals. They look like they might hold up. It's 2-2. And of course they could be trying to bolster their club. They haven't been in that position for a while. There's the way it looks. Atlanta's 4.5 back because Atlanta lost at Miami 2-1. Josh Johnson beating Mike Minor. And so it is a 4.5 game lead. Line drive right field. Maxwell comes up. Stop sign at third. And here goes the runner into second. Fake throw as Heisey just keeps on going. After the single getting Rolen to third, he made it into second.
This time the ball again elevated. You don't see that much from Wilton. You see the break by Rolen. He's going hard. Barry comes down the line, throws up the stop sign. The throw is over the cutoff man. It looked to me like he was going all the way anyway, anticipating a throw home and maybe hoping to go ahead and cut it and we'll score a run. But normally if you're thinking that offensively, then you're sending the runner from third.
Now the infielders are in halfway at the middle infield spots with one out, runners at second and third. He's fouled back by Hannigan. Hannigan has walked twice and bounced back to the mound. There were rumors that Josh Johnson, who won tonight for the Marlins, was being scouted by the Red Sox. Red Sox could use some help in their rotation. The guys who are supposed to be their best pitchers are not leading that club in the direction they want to go. Emilio Bonifacio hit his first home run of the year for Miami.
Pretty much his quota, isn't it?
Boy, it is. That's one a year. That's about it for him. Maybe inside the park even. Broken bat. Here's CJ throwing home. Snyder with a rundown on Roland. The trailing runner gets to third, and Roland is out. Meanwhile, Hannigan's at first, and it's first and third, 2 outs now. On the 5-2 play, Roland wanted to make sure Heisey could get to third.
And once Snyder sees Heisey coming over, he realizes he doesn't have to make a throw.
Now Jay Bruce of Beaumont is going to pinch hit. Well, the pitcher Arredondo. And Bruce is ranking high on the home run list this year, and he's not going to be facing Wilton Lopez. And Jay has hit 4 home runs against the Astros this season. And he did not start against Wandy Rodriguez. His numbers were not at all good against Wandy, but now he's going to come up in a pinch hitting role. Lopez going out of the game. Wesley Wright coming in. 4-2 Cincinnati. Right back after this.
In spring on Wednesday. They'll be signing autographs from 11 to noon, and while you're there, register to win the ultimate What a Fan experience, which includes autographed memorabilia, sweet tickets, and a chance to throw out the first pitch. Bill?
Oh, you got to be there that day. CJ and Dirk. It's a good pair. Wesley Wright comes in. It's 4-2. 10 hits for the Reds, 8 for the Astros. Wesley's 0-2. His ERA 3.49. Runners at first and third here, and 2 outs as he faces Jay Bruce. Bruce taking strike one. He's hitting .244. He has 19 homers, 59 runs batted in. And 811 OPS for Jay Bruce. And as a pinch hitter, he does not have an at bat, but he has an RBI.
Almost hit him. Lonnie's been tough on lefties again this year. He's faced 78 left-handed batters, struck out 25 of them.
Bruce was an all-star this year, hitting .211 against lefties. Second time he's been an all-star. He looks at that one. He leads the club in home runs, tied for 6th in the league, and in runs batted in. He's 9th in the league. Jay had 2 hits against Milwaukee Saturday. 4 for 10 with 2 homers against Wright. Oh, he takes a close one. He saw that one well. 2-2.
So even though Wesley's been tough on lefties and Bruce has struggled against lefty, those numbers in the personal matchup favor Bruce. Dusty Baker making this move to his bench, probably anticipating that Brad Mills will counter with the lefty, but he still liked the matchup.
And you can see why with those numbers. Wesley worked yesterday in Arizona, 1 1/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, no runs. He came in with a couple of men on base and gave up a 2-run single to Gerardo Parra. In the Friday night game at Arizona, came in with the bases loaded and gave up a 2-run single to Stephen Drew. So the last couple of times left-handed hitters have had some good swings against him. Runner taking off for second. There's a liner into right field. Jay Bruce with a pinch RBI single makes it 5-2. Heisey scores. Hannigan takes third.
Tried to get back inside with a fastball, and Bruce able to get the barrel there. Wesley's night is done. Brad Mills making that long walk out to the mound one more time as he tries to get through this 7th inning.
A 5-2 lead for the Reds. We'll be right back.
Of Houston night here at Minute Maid Park this Wednesday, July 25th, when the Astros host the Reds. U of H fans can buy a ticket package at astros.com/Cougs, and the first 1,000 to redeem their cap vouchers score a one-of-a-kind U of H Astros cap. University of Houston coach Tony Levine will toss out the ceremony of first pitch. Buy tickets at astros.com/Cougs. I know Kevin Eschenfelder is so excited for this one, guys.
He is, because he knows he's going to look good in that white cap.
He's got Cougar mania.
Yeah, it wasn't really about the cap as much as kind of the whole alma mater thing.
Okay. And Ariel Del Rosario has been in 12 games. He has no decisions with an ERA of 6.57. Trying a lower arm angle. And now he inherits runners at first and third and 2 outs, trailing 5-2, facing Cozart, who's 0 for 4. That's strike one. Patty, by the way, had a wonderful trip to a secret destination, so we're glad to have her back with us tonight.
You see Del Rosario, he's always had that 3/4 sidearm. Now he's trying to get a little bit lower, change the angle a little bit.
Broken bat looper near the left field line. Francisco over with a sliding play. And that's a nice catch to end it here in the 7th inning. But the Reds do play add-on. Francisco there to stop more runs from coming in. It's 5-2 Cincinnati. Series tomorrow at 6:30. Astros Live precedes the Mike Leake Lucas Harrell matchup, and then Wednesday at 6:30 Astros Live leads into the Homer Bailey Bud Norris pairing. As this 3-game series comes to a close Wednesday night, then the Pirates come in starting Thursday on through Sunday. Now Jay Bruce stays in after delivering the pinch hit RBI single. He's in right field. And it's Bill Bray on the mound. He's pitcher number 3 for Dusty Baker tonight.
Well, Bill Bray has worked just 11 times this year for the Reds and been hurt much of the season. Got no record at 7.11 ERA. Fastball, slider, changeup for Bray. And perhaps you've heard somebody refer to a guy with having a herky-jerky delivery and you're not sure what they're talking about. Well, check this out. This would qualify.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, once he gets his leg up in the air, he really goes into action, JD.
Yeah, got a lot going on there.
Ball one to Scott Moore. He's 0 for 3 with an RBI. Bill Bray, 29 years old from San Francisco. To William and Mary. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Leg kick. A little violent arm action. Got the old school sock thing going on.
Yeah. Got the look. There's a line drive going foul. I don't know if it was William or Mary that gave him that herky-jerky thing, but that might make it tough on a left-handed hitter.
Yeah, you know, you're not a real hard thrower. Probably helps hide the ball a little bit, gives the hitter something else to look at.
He's been out with an injury much of the season. In the dirt, ball 2. He had a strained left groin that bothered him in spring training, and then he was on the DL from the 3rd week in April till June 21st. He's made 5 appearances since he came back, and he's walked 7 in 3 2/3 innings. He's 3-2 here. This Reds bullpen is the best statistically in the majors in bullpen ERA 2.49 and in relief victories with 19. And also the best in the National League in opponents batting average against 215.
The league hits 115 off Chapman.
Yeah.
So that really helps that number. But Logan Ondrusek is another really good one out there in the pen. He's been rock solid for Dusty Baker. They've done it all year, you know, with no Nick Massett. He was supposed to be a big piece of it. Ryan Madsen was signed on to be the closer. He's been out all year.
We'll roll her out to second. Brandon Phillips takes care of out number one. The Astros are hitting .223 from the 7th inning on this year. Now Chris Johnson, he's 3 for 3 in this game. An RBI double in the 5th inning pulled the Astros to within 1, but then they couldn't get him home to tie it as they had the bases loaded and 2 outs, which they've done 3 times in this game, and each time Matt Latos got that final out.
Well, the Astros have lost so many games, so you know the other clubs are sending their best relievers out there to preserve leads, and that's obviously what's contributing to that low batting average in the late innings.
Yes, it is. Strike one for Bill Bray, who's drafted by Montreal in 04 in the first round. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cincinnati got him in a trade in 06. He's been a guy who's been used often. He had 63 appearances in 08, then had Tommy John surgery in 09, but bounced back last year to make 79 outings. 2 balls, 1 strike. Texas is pounding Boston 9-1 in the bottom of the 7th in Arlington. Mike Napoli hit his 15th homer.
Josh Hamilton's been in a long funk.
Did you see any of that game last night?
I did not.
He looked terrible. Just swinging at everything out of the zone.
Well, he swings, he attacks the first ball as much as anybody in the game. He's always up there hacking, and early in the year, pitchers were challenging him, and he was just hammering them, hitting the ball all over the ballpark. And now pitchers just don't throw him strikes, and he keeps swinging.
I've got to think that his value is really dropping. But, you know, he is an outstanding player. He's one of the best players in the game. It's just that with what he's doing here in the second half, and you think about the various problems he's had and, you know, his age and, you know, injuries, seldom plays over 130 games a year. So all these negative things are going to come along. And if he doesn't really finish in a strong fashion, it's got to affect his value on the free agent market. There's a line shot into center field, a 4th hit for Chris Johnson.
Have a night.
AT&T Uverse brings you a reverse replay as Chris Johnson has tied his career high with 4 hits.
And everything is either up the middle or the other way, and then flashing a little leather. This is the double off the wall in front of the Astros bullpen. And that last base hit has chased Billy Bray from this ball game.
It's going to bring in right-hander Sam LeCure. Second 4-hit game this season for Chris Johnson, tying his career high. And it's 5-2 Cincinnati. We'll be back in a moment. he got a win here in Houston for the Reds back on June 2nd with a couple of scoreless innings, and his ERA 3.41, respectable. 6 appearances this month, going very well with no earned runs allowed by Sam LeCure.
A 2004 second-team All-American at the University of Texas, where he majored in sociology and sliders. And he still has that slider. He also has a curveball, a heater, and a changeup. So a 4-pitch pitcher out of the bullpen, that's somewhat rare.
Well, one thing that plays with him is retiring the first batter in the game. He did very well last year at doing that. Maxwell, the batter, he's 1 for 3. That's a first pitch quality strike. Even though it's 89, it's right there on the corner. Well, against St. Louis, just over a week ago, LeCure threw a perfect 10th inning, struck out David Freese and Skip Schumacher, and he won that one 3-2. That's punched over first base and foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Sam LeCure, born in Jefferson City, Missouri. Went to high school there before UT beckoned, and he married a former Longhorn softball catcher.
There you go. Got a workout partner in the offseason.
Well, we had that when Casey Daigle was with the Astros. No, that's wrong, because his wife, Jenny Finch, was also a pitcher.
Yeah, they're both pitchers.
Never mind.
But they each had a pitching coach.
They
at
did.
home.
Yeah. Foul ball, still 0-2.
That'd be a fun conversation, huh?
Oh, yeah.
How was your day at work, honey? Well, I couldn't get my slider over here. I was having problems with my upshoot.
And do you think Jenny ever said to Casey, why don't you try dropping down?
Yeah,
you know, it works for me.
My underarm ERA is about 6 runs lower than yours. Look at Hannigan work back there, giving that target.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. And LeCure kind of guy who can hit it. See, LeCure's MO is like a lot of finesse pitchers, throw strike one and then just tease the strike zone. Doesn't spend a lot of time in the zone after throwing strike one, but all around it. So you got to be patient.
And Francisco's on deck.
Looks like we're throwing over here.
First baseman might not know it. Yeah, he's off the bag a little bit. He's fine. You suppose Casey Daigle ever called Jenny Finch after a game, said, honey, I just have horrible problems giving up home runs tonight. And she said, well, it's never a problem for me.
Man up.
Maxwell's not biting. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to J-Max.
Now it's a battle of wills, right? The hitter and the pitcher. The hitter's trying to force the pitcher into the strike zone, something he can get after. The Astros are down 3 here. J-Max would love to put a big swing on something out over the heart of the plate, and LeCure obviously trying to stay on the corners.
Yes.
But he's got a 3-run lead, and he doesn't want to walk him. He gave in.
Oh, yeah.
J-Max didn't get it.
That was a pitch. Now, if you do that, if you foul off a pitch like that, you're wondering, oh, boy, am I going to get another one that juicy? Probably not. But that's a big part of hitting, is punishing those mistakes. Dodgers 5, Cardinals 1, top of the 8th in St. Louis. And a strikeout. That's out number 2. LeCure changed the eye level on that one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he did intentionally. It looked like Hannigan wanted him to go back down and away. And it got away from LeCure a little bit, but he had enough on it to get it by J-Max up in the zone.
Yes, he did. Now with 2 outs, it's Ben Francisco. He's had 2 hits tonight and 3 at bats. Chad Billingsley returned and pitched well for the Dodgers. 6 innings, 1 run tonight. Joe Kelly started for St. Louis. That's strike one. But it was interesting when you asked Jeff Luhnow about the Cardinals, whether he thought they would make a deal. And as he answered it, the fans got some insight into general managers. They, in a way, they're a general manager for every team because they have to know what other teams want. Line drive caught. Scott Rowland went up, and it's out, number 3. No runs, a hit. A man stranded after 7. The Reds have the upper hand in this one, and this one not very lucky for Francisco. 5-2 Cincinnati. Astros 9, the Farmers Insurance Report card will show you some of the latest happenings in the Astros system. And we focus on a pitcher, Jose Cisnero, who last night for Corpus Christi against Frisco threw a complete game, getting the win. He's now 7-1 in his last 10 starts. And for the season, Jose Cisnero, who in 9 innings gave up 1 earned run on 5 hits, no walks, 7 strikeouts, threw 74 strikes out of 104 pitches. For the season, he's made 20 starts. He's 9-6 with a 3.40 ERA. He has struck out 116 and 108 2/3 innings, JD.
Yeah, very good numbers for Cisnero. 116 punch-outs, just 46 walks in 108 innings. Pretty good numbers for him. I don't know much about him. A couple complete games.
Yeah.
Must be pretty efficient because, you know, down in the minor leagues, even more so in the major leagues. Very concerned with the pitch count.
That was strike 1 for Anario Del Rosario on Drew Stubbs. Stubbs is 2 for 4. Grounds that one foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Wilton Lopez in 2/3 of an inning allowed 3 hits, 2 runs. No walks, no strikeouts. Wesley Wright, no innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs. No walks, no strikeouts. Stubbs behind in the count, 0-2 here to EDR. And he got him. Good movement there. Inside on him for a strikeout.
They're trying to go away from him. That's a very difficult pitch to make if you're throwing a 2-seam fastball, trying to go to that outside corner from that sidearm delivery. There's a tendency for that ball to run back towards home plate. That's why you see a lot of those drop down guys when they try to go to the other part of the away to righty on righty. They'll throw the slider.
Brandon Phillips has 2 hits tonight. He got that bat going for strike 1. Sean Marshall, a lefty, is warming up for the Reds.
It's going to be fun to watch EDR here as he tries to alter his delivery. See how much success he has with it. That's the nature of this season for the Astros. It's all about development, looking for the future. Obviously, you want to win games.
Right.
I think this is going to make him a better pitcher. It's worth it.
Yeah, you know, he's kind of been on the cusp, in and out of the major leagues for a few years now. 2 balls and a strike. And a lot of times, you know, it's hard to make the point with a player. You need to do this in order to really be successful, because some guys think they're doing fine. They just need a break, and, you know, situation hasn't been such that they've been allowed to stick in the big leagues. They haven't been with the right team or whatever. So sometimes it doesn't get through to the player. Sometimes it does. So it looks like it has registered with him that he's willing to try this. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Del Rosario's 26 years old. He's from the Dominican. Doug Brocail will give a pitcher the straight stuff. EDR had 54 major league appearances last year with the Astros, 11 the year before with Houston and Cincinnati. Liner left field. Phillips out of the box, heading for second base. That one goes off the base of the wall. He'll make it easily to second with his 3rd hit of the night and 17th double of the year for Phillips.
Well, the Reds continue to win despite the fact that Joey Votto is on the disabled list, and Brandon Phillips has been a big part of it. He was hitting .395 since the All-Star break coming into play tonight, so well up over .400 now in the second half.
He's been there at just the right time for them with the Votto injury. And since the Votto trip to the DL, he was 7 for 22 with 2 homers and 8 runs batted in, batting 3rd coming into this game. Ludwig is 1 for 4 with an RBI. There goes Phillips for 3rd. He's going to make it without a play. That's 7 for 7 in steals for Phillips. The pitch was ball 1.
Yeah, that's a fairly long delivery now for EDR when he drops down like that. He's going to be very vulnerable to the stolen base.
Infield in now. In the air, foul. With Snyder over. That will be out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. They'll scramble for it. Washington Nationals, with their 10-inning win over the Mets, 8-2, are now 7-3 against the Mets this year. Mets have now lost 10 of 11. They had not been below 500 all year until yesterday.
Yeah, you could kind of see that coming.
Uh-huh.
He overachieved.
2 balls, 1 strike with the infield in on Ludwig. That's a liner to center field, in for a hit. That'll make it 6-2 Reds. Ludwig picks up his 2nd RBI of the night, 43rd of the year. And it's a 4-run lead for Dusty Baker's club. Now Todd Frazier, who is 2 for 4 with an RBI, comes around for the 5th time. Phillies rallied with 4 in the bottom of the 9th, and they knocked off Milwaukee 7-6. Joe Savory, the lefty from Rice, got the win, beating K-Rod. Strike 1 to Frazier. Francisco Rodriguez, the loser, 2-5. That's quite a night in Philly with the 4-run 9th inning.
The Fightins.
Yeah, they're still fighting.
Showing a little spark.
It's a jam shot foul. No balls, 2 strikes.
Giants got the jump on the Padres with a 4-run bottom of the 1st inning out in San Francisco. Ryan Vogelsong with that 4-run lead. Pretty good chance he's going to make that hold up.
Buster Posey has 15 hits in his last 29 at bats.
No Andrew McCutcheon, but he's pretty darn good.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
White Sox beat the Twins 7-4. Brett Myers got in there for a third of an inning.
Did he? Okay. The White Sox snapped a 5-game losing streak with that win. And they were swept over the weekend by the Tigers, so they really jumped back on their feet with that one today after falling out of first. And then Detroit made that big deal today with the Marlins. So the Tigers have had a lot of momentum in recent days after underperforming, in the opinion of many, most of the year. Francisco Liriano might be out there for somebody for the Twins. It's a drive to left center field. Francisco over. That one will one-hop the bullpen fence. Ludwig is rounding third and heading for the plate. He'll make it 7-2 on the RBI double by Frazier. Frazier's third hit. That's 33 runs batted in for the rookie.
This game beginning to look like a lot of the games on the road trip as the Astros bullpen can't keep it close. I think the command really suffering from that lower arm angle. I mean, I think it's worth trying. It's going to be nights when he has a hard time getting that ball away from his right-handed hitters, and they're really taking advantage.
Ludwig ran hard, scoring from first on that double. It's 7-2, and let's see who's hot. The Athletics 14-2 this month at a 4-game sweep of the Yankees. Mike Trout has scored runs in 14 straight. Posey 486 since the break. Ugla 127, not hot. Ricky Romero 0-5 since June 23rd. 8.33 ERA for Romero.
So Mike Trout will probably be the best fish ever in Anaheim. Better than Salmon, you think?
I think so.
Tim Salmon really had a nice career there, but
well,
Trout off to a Hall of Fame start.
Did you see? Oh, that's right. You weren't watching the game last night. Trout tripled his first time up. That guy can fly.
Oh yeah,
and he is big. This guy is chiseled. He looks like he could be. Well, let's see. One of the other players said he's kind of Mickey Mantle-like. You know, he's got that tremendous build.
He and Harper both. I mean, it's rare to see two guys with that much upside come into the league at the same time at such a young age.
You bet. Pitch inside, and it hit something. Snyder picked it up. Not sure what, but it's 2 balls and a strike. Chris was looking all over for it. Hit the umpire.
He tagged Roland. I'm not sure why.
Okay.
Just because, I think.
Fernando Abad is warming up. It's 2-2. Gavin Floyd won for the White Sox tonight to square his record at 8-8. He beat Francisco Liriano. We keep seeing Liriano's name in trade rumors, but he's now 3-10 with a 5.31 ERA. Addison Reed got his 16th save. Adam Dunn hit his 29th homer. Konerko at 15th, and Rios number 15. So
Liriano's weird. He has this tremendous games where he really dominates. Then he get knocked around for 2 or 3 starts. I mean, that happens to all pitchers to a degree, but he's very extreme.
Yeah, he is the definition of inconsistent.
Needs to change the scenery, Brownie.
All right, let's make him one. Let's come up with a pairing here.
Atlanta needs a pitcher. They didn't get Dempster.
All right.
Send him to Atlanta.
Well, we can be fantasy general managers tonight.
Yeah.
Just place a player anywhere we want to. Cubs won 2-0 over the Pirates. Jeff Samardzija, a 2-hit shutout with a save from Marmol, his 12th. Samardzija goes to 7-8. Eric Bedard, the loser, 5-11. So Reds can add to their lead. That's strikeout number 2. Roland was headed up the first base line. 2 outs now for Del Rosario.
Oh, there it is, number 7 on Fox Tracks. This time he is able to get that outside corner with the sidearm fastball. That's a beautiful pitch.
Now Sam LeCure, the pitcher, gets an at-bat. He entered in the double switch, batting 7th. Chris Heisey's spot. He moves back from ball 1. Heisey had a good game. He was 2 for 4, and then he smacked that line drive CJ caught. LeCure is a 100 career hitter. He does not have an at bat this year. It's 2-0.
The Diamondbacks continue to score after roughing up the Astros over the weekend. They have a 5-1 lead over the Rockies. In Phoenix, they've played 5. Paul Goldschmidt hit his 13th. Rutledge, #1 for the Rockies.
2 balls and a strike. This is just an observation. It really doesn't mean anything. But Justin Upton started 2 games. Okay, he started 2 games. There's a hit batter. And LeCure is on, hit by the pitch. I was kind of wondering about Justin Upton, how much longer he's going to be with Arizona. He's not even really an everyday player. That one gets away and drills him. And Brad Mills is coming out now. So it wouldn't be at all surprising to see Justin Upton dealt to somebody that seemed to have an extra outfielder in Arizona. And now it's going to be a double switch with Bogusevic coming to the outfield. And Francisco's coming in with a score 7-2 Cincinnati. Some changes. Brian Bogusevic has come off the bench to enter this ball game, and he'll be batting 9th in right field. Justin Maxwell shifts over from right field to left field. And the pitcher goes into Ben Francisco's #6 spot in the order. He is Fernando Abad. He has no wins or losses. His ERA is 4.09.
Oh boy, the Astros bullpen really having a tough night here. Trying to get this thing to the bottom of the 8th inning. A bunch of traffic in the 7th. The Reds scored 2. Same thing here in the 8th. 2 on the board already.
Abad had a good fastball yesterday. He worked a hitless inning in Arizona in the 8-2 loss. He also worked a scoreless inning Friday. He gave up 2 hits in that one. And now he's working to Hannigan, who looks at strike 1. The Reds are 2nd in scoring from the 7th inning on with 139 runs. And their bullpen victory total of 19 reflected by what they do in the late innings. And smacked on a line to left field. J-Max over to play it. Mark Berry sends the runner. Here's the throw to the plate, and it doesn't get there in time. Frazier scoring the 3rd run of the inning. 8-2 Reds as Hannigan comes through. That's his 12th run batted in.
Gotta get the ball down.
That's 15 hits for Cincinnati. And now Jay Bruce. Bruce had the pinch RBI single in the 7th inning. Some of his friends chanting Bruce for him. Some Beaumont folks, no doubt. There's strike one. Well, the Astros pitching staff has really hit choppy waters. Well, that Arizona series rough on their ERAs. Schaefer out into right center calling for it. And in the 8th inning, the Reds tack on 3 runs. On 4 hits, they lead 2. They extend their lead to 8-2.
To follow the Astros with the MLB.com @Bat12 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio, pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text @Bat to 31826 or visit Astros.com for details. Guys?
Thanks, Patty. Well, the Reds have put themselves into a very comfortable position. Sam LeCure coming out for the bottom of the 8th inning with a nice size lead, and Matt Latos is looking very good for win number 8 of the season. He had a left ankle injury, it appeared. We never really got any information on that in the 5th inning, but even though he allowed a couple of runs, he got out of bases loaded trouble and left with a 3-2 lead. Now it's 8-2 as Schaefer comes up in the bottom of the 8th for Houston. Schaefer is 0 for 2 with an intentional walk. LeCure is pitcher number 4. Bill Bray preceded him to the mound. He throws strike 1. He struck out Maxwell and got Francisco on a liner to third base. So Bray in 1/3 of an inning allowed 1 hit, no runs with no walks or strikeouts. Arredondo pitched a hitless inning with a walk. It's an 0-2 count. Chris Snyder's on deck. Bogusevic is due up 3rd. He's in the 9 spot now. Another big late inning heroics for Bryce Harper of the Nationals. The late RBI single. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He had a 2-run homer early in the game. But then when the Nats got 6 in the 10th, he was right there with a big hit. They sent 7 to the plate in the 1st inning, and Harper came up with a bases loaded single in the 10th. Another big hit from Ryan Zimmerman, a bases clearing double in that one as well. He's been really hot. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Sam LeCure. Reds are still trying to get Nick Massett back, as JD mentioned. He's on a throwing program in Arizona right now. He could really be the equivalent of a stretch drive acquisition for them if they can get him back in August.
He's on a throwing program in Arizona. He's probably lost 30 pounds.
That's for
110
sure.
degrees there every day. Got blown away in the haboob.
Well, you've been walking in that 110 degree Arizona environment. Swinging a foul ball, keeps the count at 2-2. Yeah, that was kind of difficult being outside. Coming from San Diego, where it was so nice. Going to Arizona, that's culture shock. That would be the equivalent of flying from Michigan to Saudi Arabia, maybe. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he struck him out.
So you know how hot Andrew McCutchen has been.
Yeah.
And perhaps, and I know this is what you would consider, you would think it might be a good idea for an Astros outfielder to do like a war dance to distract him.
Yes.
You can't do that. There's precedent.
What?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the baseball library here.
Yeah.
In 1960, with Ted Williams at bat in the 6th and 8th innings of a ball game against the Indians, Jimmy Pearsall goes into a war dance in the outfield.
Oh, he would.
To try to distract Teddy Ballgame, and he got ejected.
Oh, that's fun.
And then Joe Gordon, his manager, also got ejected defending Pearsall.
There's strike one. Yeah.
That's outside the box thinking there.
It is. And Pearsall was a guy who ran the bases backwards when he hit his 100th career homer. And some people think that means he started running toward third, but no, he ran backwards around the bases.
Fear strikes out.
Yep.
Starring Anthony Perkins, Jimmy Pearsall story.
He was kind of the horror movie genre of the day, wasn't he?
Psycho, yeah.
Played some unbalanced, unstable folks. Don't know who would fit that profile today. There's so many of those movies, JD. There's not just one actor.
Well, I'm wondering, which came first? Did he play, Norman Bates? And he said, hey, this guy's got to play Pearsall. Or did he play Pearsall first? And we need this guy for Psycho.
I'm not too sure about that. I don't know the timing of those two movies. That was a striking portrayal, though, of Norman Bates. And was Janet Leigh in that movie? Psycho?
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And Tippi Hedren was in The Birds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hitchcock always had the blonde starlet.
You're right. Now, was Hitchcock in all of his movies? Did he appear on film?
I think I've heard that he always makes a little cameo.
Okay.
Might be sitting in a corner reading a newspaper or something.
Right. That was his trademark. Other than making those scary movies. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I once worked with a TV producer who also had that same bent. He wanted to be in a shot somewhere.
Kind of like our boy Quiggs out in L.A.
A little bit. We had to get him on the air every game. Yeah. Three balls, 2 strikes.
This is also the anniversary of one of the great quotes in baseball history when Reggie Jackson had been suspended by the Yankees and he came back. Remember when he and Billy and George were fighting all the time, and Martin said the two deserve each other. One's a born liar, the other's convicted.
Oh, yeah.
Referring to Jackson and Steinbrenner. And shortly thereafter, Billy was fired.
How many times do you think Billy was?
I don't know if it was the 3rd or 4th time.
Yeah. I think he was fired 3 times by the Yankees. But several others with other teams as well. Let's see. He managed Texas, Detroit. I'm not sure. Oakland? Oh, Detroit, Minnesota. Okay, Detroit and Minnesota.
Oakland, of course. Remember with all the complete games?
Right.
His pitching staff.
That was about 81, right?
Billy Ball.
And after that, most of those starting pitchers were not the same. After they threw all those complete games that year.
Matt Keogh, Mike Norris.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Kingman.
Line shot into left field. Chris Snyder's aboard. Good memory, JD. That's a 1-out single.
Attaboy, Chris. Get yourself a knock.
Chris brought 2 cute little kids on the plane last night.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, his kids.
Those kids are adorable.
Yeah, there's a littler one at home, wasn't able to make the trip. Chase and Talia. Proud personality.
Yeah. Bogusevic at 218, up for the first time. He has 6 homers, 21 runs batted in. Had 266 at bats, 90 games. Taking ball 1. Bogey has a 304 on base average. He's done well coming off the bench in games. There's ball 2. You know, people read a lot into the general manager's comments, and Jeff Luhnow was with us earlier tonight, but he was really praising Brandon Barnes, who's having a big year in the outfield, playing center field for Oklahoma City. And he praised Jimmy Paredes. 2 balls and a strike. And he mentioned Mike Hessman, who's hit a lot of home runs as the first baseman. And we talked about Brett Wallace.
Well, I suspect we're going to see all those guys up here at some point.
Probably will. It's 3 balls and a strike. And a lot of times when we get past the trading deadline of July 31st, then clubs view that as kind of the next phase. If it's a club going through a rebuilding type season, well, let's do more to accelerate the process for next year. That is a walk to Bogusevic. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Kind of get an advanced look at the major league level at some players that we feel might fit next year who haven't been here.
Right, and it's not to say that the guys that come up will necessarily take the jobs of the guys that are here long term, but it'd be a chance to look at more players and then have a better sense of what you've got to work with heading into next year. Who you can count on, who you think has a fighting chance to be part of your roster, where you have weaknesses as you pursue free agents or minor league free agents in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Brian Price out to chat with Altuve ready to bat. And I was just thinking of all the players Jeff Luhnow has acquired through these deals. It really packs more talent into the system, which means there's not room to keep everybody who was there before these deals. Now, sure, some big league players have left along the way.
Right, but adding all those kids to the minor league system, you have to believe some players got released.
Right. Right. So it really changes the mix at different levels. Sean Marshall is warming up. And Altuve's the batter. Jose singled in the 5th and came around to score. He's 1 for 4. If he gets a hit here, it'll be his 3rd straight multi-hit game. He's had 33 multi-hit games this year. That's 7th in the league. And that's strike 1 to him. The Angels and Kansas City are tied 2-2. They've played 3 in Anaheim. It's C.J. Wilson for the Angels. And they've got some starting pitching difficulties. Irvin Santana really got belted around last night. No balls, 2 strikes. So they are rumored to be in the market. Now the Royals have won 9 of their last 12 with the Angels. There's that
pitch. Good sink there. Yeah. Jose, he was looking to leave. Big swing.
Jose was talking about, we just came from Phoenix, Arizona, and he said, well, I hit well there. I said, yeah. He said, I got a hit there in the Futures game last year. In fact, he got a couple of hits, I think. And I said, yeah, I think we were watching that game on TV going on a flight somewhere. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and it just made you realize how far he's come in a year.
Had he been called up to Double-A yet? When he played in that futures game, or is he still in A-ball?
I don't remember, JD. Not sure. Turns on that pitch. It would have hit him if he hadn't hit it first. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If you're not a real hard thrower, you're trying to get in on Altuve, there wasn't any way he could keep that ball fair. He yanked the ball to left yesterday for a corner, or for double in the corner in Chase Field. He likes to hit the ball up the middle, but every now and then he'll yank one.
Looks at ball 2. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Do you know what it means to be Chicago'd, or what it once meant to be Chicago'd?
Buried in a deep dish pizza.
And stated in 1870, the first recorded complete game shutout in big time baseball occurred. Before there was such a thing as the major leagues. But, there had been 5 shutouts prior, but never one pitched by a single man. And the Chicago White Stockings did it to the New York Mutuals. Riney Walters turned the trick for the White Stockings. And then the New York Herald used the term Chicago'd for about 5 years after that in the paper whenever there was a shutout. You've been Chicago'd.
I thought you were going to say the New York Mutual Funds. That's a walk. And the bases are loaded now. And LeCure is exasperated. He has 1 out.
He's also done.
Dusty Baker's on his way. And he'll make this bases loaded move here in the bottom of the 8th inning with Marwin Gonzalez waiting to hit. So the Reds will be bringing pitcher number 5 into this game. They lead at 8-2. The Astros are threatening here in the home 8th inning. That's it for Sam LeCure. Back in a moment. Game with the bases loaded and 1 out. He is 2-3 with 9 saves and 12 opportunities.
Yeah, he worked for a while as the closer for the Reds this year. Now he's fallen back into the setup role. He's been very, very good. He doesn't walk many. 8 walks in 35 2/3 innings, 44 strikeouts. So part of this very tough Reds bullpen is Sean Marshall, a lefty with very good breaking stuff.
Boy, he sure does. He's got some major tilt from that 6-7 frame on a breaking ball. Bases loaded. The Astros left the bases loaded in the 2nd, the 4th, the 5th innings. They came into this game hitting 151 with the bases loaded. This time there's 1 out, unlike the other 3 times when there were 2 outs in the inning. There's that breaking pitch. It slants inside for ball 1. Marshall last pitched on Saturday against Milwaukee, 2/3 of an inning. Did not give up a hit or a run. Marshall is 29 years old. Drafted by the Cubs in the 6th round in 03. The Astros 11 for 76 with the bases loaded. Boy. In the hole, Cozart will go to third and get the force out. As the run scores, Chris Snyder coming home to make it 8-3. A good play by Cozart, going to Rolen for the force play.
As he goes to the backhand side in the hole, it's his only option, and he has to unload in a hurry. Nice job keeping his balance, making that accurate throw to get a hustling Bogusevic RBI for Marwin as Snyder comes home with the Astros' 3rd run.
Now Matt Downs has been announced as the pinch hitter for Scott Moore, who was 0 for 4 with an RBI. To get a right-handed batter in this game and somebody with some pop, and he could take it out of here and make it 8-6.
And Downs, one of the few Astros who had a good road trip. In particular, one big day in San Diego when he hit a couple of home runs off the lefty Clayton Richard.
It puts him at 205 coming into this at bat with 7 homers, 13 runs batted in.
8 out of 20. That's a 400 batting average on the trip with those 2 home runs. He drove in 4. One swing here, and all of a sudden it's ooh.
Yeah. It's not the 9th inning yet. Downs is 2 for 23 with an RBI. There's strike one. Aroldis Chapman usually doesn't appear until the 9th. Marshall gave up runs in consecutive appearances earlier this month, including a game-tying home run to a Padres pinch hitter, Logan Forsythe, on July 5th. The Astros have had 4 pinch homers. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Matt Downs is hitting .190 against lefties with 5 home runs and 58 at bats. Yankees 3, Seattle 1. They're in the bottom of the 5th with Hiroki Kuroda on the mound and Ichiro playing in a Yankee uniform in Seattle. He's in right field. He's 1 for 2.
What if John Sterling has worked up his Ichiro home run call?
Oh, well, he didn't have a whole lot of time.
Yeah, he's going to have to reach to come up with something there.
Yeah, he would be scrambling for the Japanese dictionary.
I don't know what we're talking about. John Sterling's the radio guy for the Yankees, and it seems like for everybody in that club, he's got a personalized home run call, like a text message from Mark Teixeira. The Grandy man can when Granderson goes deep. They should do a little online contest. People could submit Ichiro home run calls.
That's right.
Marshall, one of those guys that will lull you to sleep with that big curveball and then throw that heater by. He only throws about 90, 91, but he can beat you upstairs because of the respect you have to give his breaking stuff.
He was traded to the Reds in December. Lefty Travis Wood going the other way. It's 3-2. We don't hear much about what Walt Jocketty might be looking for this Reds club, other than a possible leadoff man. They're in pretty good shape. If they could just hang in there close in the race until Joey Votto gets back, they could have a very nice season. Two outs, runners go, and it's grounded foul. That Arizona club can get back to 500 with a win over Colorado tonight, and the D-backs lead at 5-1 in the bottom of the 7th inning. They've put on a pretty good surge lately. And Aaron Hill took that hitting streak into the game tonight. He is 0 for 3 so far with a 13-game hitting streak. Jason Kubel 0 for 3 as he tried to continue his home run pursuit. Jonathan Sanchez got his first start with the Rockies, and it was rocky. 4 innings, 5 earned runs. Ian Kennedy's given up just 3 hits in 7 innings. Runners go, and it's fouled again.
One of those change of scenery deals where the Rockies sent Jeremy Guthrie, who had really struggled. They had high expectations for him when they acquired him. But, didn't really get it going, and then Jonathan Sanchez coming over from the Giants for Melky Cabrera. So you could see that the Kansas City would want to get Sanchez out of town, because the more he struggled, the more that was going to remind fans of that trade.
Yeah.
So let's just get him out of Dodge and basically send him to baseball hell by sending him to Denver to pitch.
Runners go, and Downs fouls it again. That's 3 in a row. Cleveland down Baltimore 3-1. Masterson the winner, Hunter the loser.
Masterson's pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Seems like you hear his name a lot pitching a low run game.
Yeah. Good young pitcher.
We didn't see him, did we?
No, I don't think we saw him.
We played Cleveland, right? They were here.
Yeah, they were here.
I remember that.
Don't remember which 3 pitchers we saw, but I don't think we saw him.
I think we saw Bob Feller one of those nights.
It seemed like it. Downs with a fly ball to left field.
Get out of here.
And Ludwig makes the catch. That's the 8th inning. It's 1 run for the Astros, 1 hit. And now it's 8-3 Reds moving to the 9th.
Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Maybe you'll reach Flo or Flowbot or some of the folks in those great commercials. In the meantime, let's get back to the ball game. Here's Brownie and JD.
Thank you, Greg. Matt Downs stays in to play first base after pinch hitting for Scott Moore. It is 8-3. The Reds lead it, and they're coming up here in the 9th inning with Zach Cozart leading it off. He's 0 for 5. Fernando Abad throws the first pitch. It's in for strike 1. He came in and gave up a single to Hannigan to drive in a run, and then got an out on Bruce in the 8th inning. Ground ball goes foul. It's no balls, 2 strikes. Abad, pitcher number 5 for the Astros. The Reds have also used 5.
Careful now, guys. Watch it. Careful. Ball's got a little something on it. Some top spin.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Sam LeCure in 1 inning for the Reds. Allowed 1 hit, 1 run. Walking 2 and fanning 2. Abad gets a foul ball back. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Kevin Millwood is pitching for Seattle against the Yankees. 3-1 Yankees after 5 in Seattle. Seattle hits well away from Safeco Field.
They're unbelievable. They, about a week ago, they were leading baseball in runs on the road.
That's crazy.
Near the bottom and runs at home.
It's punched up the middle, and it's a line drive single for Cozart. He joins the hit club, and now all the Red starters have hits in this game other than the pitcher.
16 total for Cincinnati.
Cozart's aboard for Stubbs. Stubbs had hits the first 2 times up and scored runs. He's 2 for 5. Now the Yankees' 4-game losing streak is their longest of the year. They're trying to snap that tonight.
Astros have not retired the Reds in order tonight. At least 1 base runner in every inning. Thinking about bunting, are we?
What? What is
Well, I
going
guess
on
it is
here?
only a 5. It feels like a 10-run lead, but it's only a 5-run lead. So, deeming that maybe that's a very important run there.
Okay. Phillips is on deck. It's no balls, 2 strikes. That was quite a weekend, though, for the Yankees in Oakland. The A's swept them in a 4-game series, all 1-run victories. And now the A's are in the wild card pursuit. And, you know, they have a young team that's playing with a lot of passion, a lot of excitement, way out over the tips of their skis. So it's going to be fun to see what they wind up doing from here. They're 51-44. They're only a half game behind the Angels. One ball, 2 strikes. They just went through.
Yeah, they're kind of a fun team to keep an eye on.
They really are. They went through a tough stretch of games.
4-game sweep of the Yankees gets your attention.
I bet it does. Dodgers beat St. Louis in St. Louis 5-3 tonight. Chad Billingsley going to 5-3 with a win, beating Joe Kelly. Foul away. Carlos Beltran hit his 22nd home run. There's the wild card. Angels, Oakland. Then it's Chicago and Baltimore, Tampa Bay and Toronto.
Chicago had lost 5 in a row. 1 tonight to break that.
Apparently Kenny Williams, White Sox GM, likes his rotation. There's a strikeout, and that's out number 1. Stubbs with 3 punch-outs tonight, giving him 87 for the year.
Beat him with a good heater.
1 down, and Phillips comes up. He's 3 for 5. Scott Feldman and Texas down Boston easily 9-1. Feldman went to 4-6, filling in for Roy Oswalt. Felix Doubront, the loser. There's ball 1. Doubront is 10-5. And the Red Sox slipped to 1 game under 500. Carl Crawford has come back for them. So has Jacoby Ellsbury. But they didn't pitch at all well tonight. And a tough place for a pitcher, Arlington, Texas. Clayton Richard gave up 4 to the Giants in the first. It's still 4-1 San Francisco in the 5th over San Diego. 2 balls, no strikes. Louise Nippert, who is the wife of former Reds owner Louis Nippert back in the 70s, passed away at age 100 yesterday. Reds family mourning her loss. It's out to left center field. Maxwell comes in for a sliding catch.
Oh boy, J-Max.
He put on a burst for out number 2.
100 years old, though.
100 years
That's
old.
a pretty good run.
Oh. Century Club. Now first and third baseman are coming in to meet at the mound with 2 outs, and Ludwig the batter. With a runner at first, Cozart. So they talk over that situation with Abad.
Well, they were just trying to buy a little time.
It looked a little fishy, JD.
Yeah.
Well, these managers are managing to the hilt tonight. It's an 8-3 ball game, but they're not going to leave anything to chance. And Brad Mills is going to make another change, bringing in Reiner Cruz with the score 8-3 Cincinnati. Pitcher number 6 tonight for Brad Mills. He inherits a runner at first and 2 outs in the 9th inning with Ryan Ludwig, the batter. Reiner's 1-0, and he's allowed 39 hits in 30 games with an ERA of 7.16.
Brad Mills doing everything he can to try to give his guys an advantage here. Trying to piece it together. It's been awfully tough to get the final 9 outs in this game after Wandy left. Bullpen is really scuffled.
6 earned runs allowed by Reiner Cruz. In his last 2 appearances in Arizona, Friday and Saturday, covering 1 1/3 innings. Prior to that, he had 5 straight scoreless. There's ball 1 to Ludwig. Lucas Harrell goes tomorrow night for Houston. It's Mike Leake for Cincinnati. 1 ball, 1 strike. Harrell is 7-7. Leake is 3-6. Their ERAs almost identical. 4.24 for Harrell, 4.25 for Leake. Then Wednesday night, it's Bud Norris and Homer Bailey. Homer, a native Texan, has won 8 and lost 6 with a 3.93 ERA. That's roped toward the left field corner. It one-hops the wall. Kicks out to Maxwell, who throws it back into third on a double by Ludwig. That's his 3rd hit of the night. 2nd double. 16th 2-base hit of the year for Ludwig. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. 2 outs now for Frazier.
He's dialed in. 17th hit for the Reds. Astros have now allowed 41 runs in the last 4 ball games.
Oh boy. That's all 4 allowing double figures in hits.
That's a money pitch right there. 96. On the glove side.
They gave up 18 hits at Pittsburgh July 2nd. That was their high for hits allowed in a game this year. 17 right now. To center field for Schaefer. To end the Reds' ninth with no runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. It's 8-3 Cincinnati. One down for starter Matt Latos, who left with an apparent injury after throwing 95 pitches. It was the left ankle area that was bothering him in the 5th inning. He left after getting out of bases loaded trouble, popping up Chris Snyder and leading at that point 3-2. Since then, the Reds have secured the game a lot better, leading now 8-3, and Sean Marshall is trying to close it out in the bottom of the 9th. Chris Johnson first up. He's 4 for 4. 3 singles and an RBI double for CJ. A hit right here gives him a new major league high for hits in a game. Last 5-hit game by an Astro, May 27, 2008. Hunter Pence against the Cardinals. Here's ball 1 for Marshall.
Raised his batting average about 10 points here tonight. 265 coming in, hitting now 274.
It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
You're looking for the silver lining because Latos did only go 5 innings. The Astros have gotten a good look at some of their relievers. Make much of a dent in terms of who's available tomorrow. Cure probably not.
Foul ball makes it 1-2.
On this date in 1970, the Cubs beat the Reds 1-0 behind Milt Pappas. And unique why? Because it was the only game that year that the Reds were shut out.
Oh.
1970, there was a lot of shutouts going on back then.
Yeah, but that was the beginning of the Big Red Machine. You're right, though. That's a looping fly ball and caught by Ludwig. 1 out. Wow. Only 1 time they were shut out all year.
Tied a major league record.
That was a dynamic lineup. Tough to stop that club, although Joe Morgan didn't arrive till the 72 season. Justin Maxwell is 1 for 4. JD Martinez comes out to the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot is due up next. Maxwell got his hit in the 5th inning and then stole a base. Time called here. Pitch is up for ball 1. Yeah, that Big Red Machine era, all through the 70s. They went to their first World Series in 1970, that year you talked about, that Milt Pappas shut them out. But Baltimore stopped them that year. And they went back in 72. They lost in the 7th game by 1 run that year to Oakland.
And that was the start of Oakland's run of 3 in a row.
Yeah. Well, those were fantastic Oakland teams. All kinds of things going on with those clubs. They fought amongst themselves. But boy, they played hard. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the Reds won back-to-back World Series in 75, 76. And Dodgers were very strong back in those years, too. They lost to the A's in 74 in the World Series, if memory serves.
Yeah, but I think they got their revenge in the Team Superstars competition.
Oh, did they?
I think so.
That's a little looper and caught by Frazier. 2 outs. And now it's J.D. Martinez.
They had to bring that show back. Remember that show, Superstars?
It was good. It was entertaining.
Joe Frazier trying to swim.
Yeah, he couldn't swim. But it was fun watching him try.
But he had to see. That's how you get to be a champion in life. You take it on. Yeah, I'll enter the swimming competition.
239 for J.D. 11 homers, 50 runs batted in. He's had 314 at bats this year. That's ball 1.
But Joe, you're sinking like a heavyweight. I just thought I'd figure it out once I got in here.
And they had tennis. And what else did they compete in?
Well, the big thing was the obstacle course. Right?
Oh, yeah, obstacles, yeah.
Weightlifting, bowling. Might have been a little archery. Tug of war. It was a big team event.
Mm-hmm. Looper over shortstop, and there's a pinch hit for J.D. Martinez. He's now 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter.
Could you imagine that conversation in this day and age? A player calling, the GM, hey, look, I'm going to go off to Hawaii for 10 days and participate in the Superstars competition. You are? Yeah. What about your 7-year, $140 million deal? Well, I'll be all right.
Yeah, I promise not to snap an Achilles tendon while I'm there. Jordan Schaefer's 0 for 3 with a walk. Now the World Baseball Classic is coming up again. Apparently sometime soon. Maybe it's this fall. I'm not sure when it is, JD. There's ball 1. Because there was an article that Brad Ausmus is going to manage the Israeli team.
Yeah.
And let's see. I think Sean Green's going to play. And Ryan Braun might play. He said. That's a strike.
Sandy Koufax will come out of the pen, give him an inning.
It's 1-1. Sean Marshall trying to nail it down. He's thrown 24 pitches. And it's 1-2. As you indicated, he was the closer earlier this year, but then Aroldis Chapman took off in that role. And Chapman has been something else. He will register triple digits on his fastball with regularity. JD takes off for second, and he'll make it without a play. It's defensive indifference allowing him to get to second base. 2 balls, 2 strikes with Chris Snyder on deck. And that'll do it. The Reds, who have been on quite a run, make it 5 straight wins and 12 of their last 14. They capture the opener of this series. Matt Latos winning his 8th, beating Wandy Rodriguez, who goes to 7-9. Marshall, pitcher number 5, gets the final outs of an 8-3 Reds win over the Astros tonight.